become better every game against them. It's still not win, best of 3, but everyone from team feel that that we can win, and it's better for us.
And would you call G2 right now your nemesis, your rival team?
Not sure, because I think for us every top 5 team in the world it's hard opponent to play, and I think it's no matter G2 or Natus wins or with Vitality or Mouse.
Live गेलो रे direct.
भूक लागली बे.
Once human. Pew pew pew. तीन बंदे लाइव है भाई. No problem.
Result, and for me it's also a new experience.
I want to also talk about Spirit this year in 2024, because it looked incredible when you start off with the win at Katowice, then Spring Finals you get the win, you had second place at World Final. I think Cologne was the only bad event of the very best events. You obviously had the BB events as well, but they're not the elite teams, not the very best. So how do you feel about the year? Because it's the best in your career, right? But do you feel like you should have won more? Are you happy with this?
Of course I'm happy, because it's really my best season in career.
Game start हो गया भाई. Grand final. From an exciting playoff stage, FaZe and Spirit are 2 last teams standing, and will meet in the grand final of the perfect world Shanghai major. On one side of playoff bracket, FaZe can defeated Team Vitality 2-1 and G2 2-0 to reach a grand final for a second consecutive major. On the other hand, the Team Spirit overhaul the Team Liquid with 2-0, then outlast Mouse 2-1 on their way to organization's first major grand final. Oh, first time हे आहेत का? इथे दिसतात ना भाई मेजर कोणी कोणी हे झालाय तो. Shanghai 2020 inventory. अरे मेजर कोण जिंकलं ते कुठे दिसतो रे? Any idea? न्यूज में भी नहीं है. मार्केट Shanghai home. अभी टाइम है भाई, बहुत टाइम.
Through to playoffs, you did so yesterday. Have you had a chance to process it yet?
Yeah, we rewatched the game, and some people did. We're not very happy with the game, but I think we could have made it a lot cleaner than we did. But it's good that we made it in the end and closed it out.
It's interesting because when we did the post-match, is that fair?
Yeah, I think heavy emotions after the game, that somehow we survived. Obviously, the analytical mind of mine is going in after the game, like thinking, how did it even get to this point? First of all, and no chance on our pick twice in a row. That makes me very confused. And then on worse maps, there's better maps for enemies, we start playing better. So as a leader, it's very hard. I tried to make a motivated speech before the game. On Inferno, we end up having 3 rounds. I'm like, okay, maybe I said some wrong words, you know? So yeah, it's very hard as a leader to figure out what is the issue, that we don't have any consistency in the way we play. So obviously a lot of thinking and
22
a
minutes.
worrying sign, but I think making playoff is the right step in direction. I actually think having the hardest playoff is the best part for us. Playing rough teams in start, because if we manage to win them, we are going to gain some confidence that we maybe didn't have the past 6 months.
Coming off the victory yesterday, and considering the context you've mentioned, question to both of you, does that make this break period more intense? Is there more to think about and sort of have to deal with before you get into the stadium?
I think it's good for us, so we can look back at the mistakes and actually try to fix it. Because there's recurring mistakes on all maps that we can actually work on and try to figure out before the next game. And it's something we have to do, or else we're going to get punished versus the better teams for sure.
If you look at the journey, including the RMR and the elimination stage, what are your thoughts on how it's all gone?
I think the RMR went pretty good overall.
4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, the last one didn't really count. But, but yeah, I think we had a pretty okay RMR. And we were playing better, and the bootcamp, we had a bootcamp afterwards, so it was also pretty successful. So, I mean, it came into this into the elimination stage feeling pretty good as well, but we had a few hiccups and some mistakes suddenly starting happening, but I don't think we need to think too much about it, and hopefully we catch up a little bit in the playoffs.
Looking ahead, all right, obviously we've already experienced some level of crowd here. It's been quite a high bar set already, especially for opening and elimination stages. But up next, guys, it's the arena, it's the stadium. How hyped are you to get in there and start playing in front of a huge crowd?
It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be wild in the big arena for sure.
And Kerrigan, how have you found the Chinese crowd so far?
I mean, had a good experience last few years in China, playing on stage. What I always find very unique with the Chinese fans, they actually don't cheer only for one team. Obviously, they are favorite little to certain players. But when it comes to the game, they actually cheer for good Counter-Strike, which I think this is the only place in the world where I see that normally the big brand teams have advantage against the smaller teams. But when I heard about Heroic and Na'Vi, they were cheering a little bit for Na'Vi, but then in the end, there was a roar when Heroic won. And that's very unorthodox at any tournament. So I believe whatever happens, I think it's going to be a great major. I'm just looking forward to hear the roar, hopefully for us. But you never know, just for great Counter-Strike.
I guess to close things out, if we're talking peaks, do you guys think you can peak in this playoffs? Do you think you can go all the way, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I know it's in there. I saw glimpses of it. Map 12, 8-0 start, first map. Everything is possible. 0-8, you have to reset and grind again. But I believe, like, doesn't matter how you get there in the end. If you're in the final, it's very simple. It's one enemy is between you and winning a trophy, and I think everything is possible. But you have to work very hard this week. You have to reset very hard. Come in with happy emotions, constantly reset, because the enemies that left in the tournament are top 8 in the world. So if you want to win, this is the way to do it.
Rain and Kerrigan, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans at home?
Sure.
Hey guys, it's Frozen from FaZe here. I'm here to read my letter that I wrote to myself a year ago, I think. Dear David, I hope when you are reading this, you are where you want to be, you finished and accomplished all your goals, and you are building, chasing new ones. I hope you are happy and have a peace in your mind. Just stay you. There is a good direction that I'm heading, but you know, there is still a few extra percentages that I need to get, I would say. But yeah, I would say definitely on the right path. I think just not achieving the things I wanted to achieve, you know. But I think that's just sometimes that's how life is sometimes, and yeah, either you bounce back or you go down, right? So yeah, just gotta keep working hard.
Hello guys, this is Brocky from FaZe Clan. I'm gonna read the letter that I wrote to myself 1 year ago. Hello Brocky. Stop being a good luck. Okay, yeah, I don't know man, that's probably about the game, you know, sometimes being a little in the game. I mean, when CS2 came out I was playing good, so I fell off a bit. I know everyone else got good at the game, motivated to not be a
What's up, guys? This is Rain from FaZe Clan. Today I'm gonna read a letter that I wrote to myself about a year ago. Hello, future self. I hope you're alive and your oil investment is going well. Hopefully you have a couple more trophies in the cabinets. I think I got one more trophy since then, so not as many as I hoped, but looking forward for more. Not really invested into oil. I think it's just a meme from Norwegian people. I think back then it was a turbulent period. We didn't really know what was going to happen with the team, so we kind of just played event by event, full confidence, and just played the game. I think in this team right now, we're planning for the future, and we had a great start with the team, and we've had a lot of setbacks, but I feel like we're on the right trajectory going forward, and we see progress every day in practice and in games as well, so it's looking good for the future. I feel really confident coming into the tournament. I feel confident individually, and I feel confident as a team. I think we've had a really good boot camp from the first stage to the elimination stage now, so I'm looking forward to play.
Hey, I'm Raps. I play for FaZe Clan, and today I'm reading a letter I wrote myself 1 year ago. Don't know if it was a serious one or a 12 one. Let's see.
Morning, bhai, morning.
Morning, morning, good morning.
I chose to start in the UK because there are a lot of prestigious universities. My English improved a lot, and I learned how to develop my own thinking. I got to support my favorite football team. It has been a great experience for me. Anything is possible when studying in the UK.
Sometimes we give him the nickname Brain when he has those high IQ moments, when he makes a smart play or says something smart. You know, that's when you say Brain. Probably happens more often than not. Sometimes you kind of like he says something stupid, but then you say Brain instead, and then like you know you kind of piss him off. You know, just like as a teammate, you know, for fun. And it's just good vibes.
Hello, my name is Kerrigan. I'm from FaZe Clan, and I'm here to read my letter that I wrote last year. So let's check it out. No idea what I wrote. Hello, future Kerrigan. I hope you're doing good. Currently at 11 win streak. Hope you are still on it when we talk again. We kind of went further with the winning streak, but kind of ended at 18, so it would be impressive if we still had a win streak from 1 year ago. I think obviously tournaments, you're never guaranteed a win, right? You have expectations. Beginning of this year was super good. Could have been fantastic. It was good with 2 big finals in Katowice and the major. And the last few months have been obviously rough, but I also feel rough times. You grow as a player, you grow as a leader, you grow as a team. Life is not all about being happy and being on the high all the time. It's about how you fight the most and try to win the championship this time. The last 3 events I played with the mouse core, like me, Frozen, Raps, all 3 events in China. I'm hoping hopefully this is the last for us, and
चेंज केला आणि साखरेत गेलो वायफाय घेऊन 8:30 वाजेपर्यंत तिकडच 8:30ला फोन आलायचा घरी आलेत मावशी दादा परत आलो
रात्री होता डिस्कॉर्डला
इसको सपोर्ट करके बसता रहे हो देखेंगे भाई देखेंगे अरे एवढी काय घाण क्वालिटी आहे 1080p आहे भाई आता फक्त बघायचं आहे नेक्स्ट इयरचे कुठले कुठले लाइनअप्स येतील कुठल्या कुठल्या टीमचे भाई G2 ची वाटते निको वाटते G2 मध्ये लास्ट टूर्नामेंट होती
हो बोललो तुला त्या दिवशी लास्ट डान्स आहे निकोचा आणि निको जिंकासारखा वाटत होता
निको कुठला पण असो निको जिंकला पाहिजे रे फास्ट प्लेयर आहे रे तो
फेज मध्ये जाणार आहे ना
काय बोलतो फेस मध्ये नाही मला वाटतं फाल्कन मध्ये जाणार आहे फाल्कन मधले सगळे गेले ना चेंज करायलाच पाहिजेत रे त्यांना नाहीतर रीड होतं ना गेम प्ले प्रत्येक टीममेटचा ओ शुई
घरी आलो मम्मीने फोटो बघितला रे लग्नातला मम्मी विचारते तुला कुर्ता नेलेलास घालायला लग्नासाठी तर या शर्टावर का राहिलं
आईला बोले पिवला कुर्ता झाला
कुर्ता पिवला ना झाला टी शर्ट घातलेला त्याला हल्दीने माखवला नंतर कितीला गेलेलो तुम्ही सकाळचे 8:30 ला पोहोचलेलो ना मी विचार केलेला की कुर्ता घालिलो नल्ल्याने एक्सवायझेडनी पूर्ण याच्यावर बालदी ओटली अंगावर माझ्या कुर्त्या सगळं
पाण्याची
थंड त्याच्या म्हणून तर तो शर्ट घालून होतो मी पूर्ण दिवस काय घालायलाच नव्हता अरे मी काय विचार करून आलो माहितीये टी शर्ट घातलेला आणि हे होते रे कार्गो होती तर मी बोललो कार्गोवर कुर्ता मस्त दिसेल म्हणून कुर्ता आणलेला रे तर घरातून निघलो ना तेव्हा कुर्ता घालून निघलो बोललो की तिकडे जेव्हा हॉलवर जाईल ना तेव्हा टी शर्ट चेंज करील मी आणि नंतर लग्नाच्या डबल मग कुर्ता घालील जस्ट पोचलो आणि एक्स वायला समजला मी आलो नल्ल्याने पाण्याची बालदी भरली आणि मी जस्ट आईशी बोलत आणि नाल्याने येऊन हे होतलं पाणी अंगावर सकाळचे 8:30 ला हो तो पण
नशीब आम्ही लेटच आलो भाई
नंतर टी शर्ट घातला नंतर मग बोललो टी शर्ट घालतो तो शर्ट खराब होता रे शर्ट घातला टी शर्ट काला त्याच्याने भेंडी हल्दीचाच हे होतला डायरेक्ट आतमध्ये बंजनी आई ओरडली ना आईने फोटो बघितले रे टाकलेले तर मी शर्ट वर होतो ना तो निल्या
एक्सप्लेनेशन दिला
आई बोलते की तुम्ही कुर्ता नेलेलास एवढा इस्त्री बिस्त्री करून मग लग्नाच्या शर्ट घालून का होता तो नीट धड पण नव्हता दिसत मम्मीला बोललो जस्ट गेलेलो तिथं एक्स वायचे रूम वर पोचलेलो आणि नल्ल्याने अखंड बालदी होतली अंगावर थंड पाण्याची
अरे ती मला 90 रुपयाची स्किन मिळालेली बघ ते मी विकली रे बोलू आज काहीतरी ग्रँड फायनल मध्ये कॅप्सूल ओपन करत आणि त्याचा बॅलन्स पेंडिंगला गेला रे
त्या दिवशी मी ती ही विकलेली ना क्रिएट खोलली ती माझा पण तसंच झाला त्या दिवशी स्ट्रीम वर खोलणार होतो स्ट्रीम साठी सेल केला आणि ते पेंडिंग वर गेले पैसे 40 रुपये
स्ट्रीम वर खोलतो ना काहीतरी म्हणजे त्याच्यातलं काय पण लागू दे रे आपलं कसं ते थोडस होऊन जाईल ना काहीतरी होऊन जाईल 8 मिनिटं आहेत मॅच स्टार्ट व्हायला आता चालू होईल त्यांची
जेवण झालंय कुठं
जेवलाच नाही
अजून जेवलोय ना
जा मग 8 मिनिटात जेवून ये
काय करताय काय नुसतं जेवून येऊ
मॅच बघतोय
मी आलोच काम जेवून आईला पण सोडून येते जेवण पण येते
लवकर ये
पण ट्विचला मॅच लावून जातो ना
माझी स्ट्रीम लावून जा
गट टाकली
केडीएन कब की बात है
क्रॉसहेअर असणे जरा बनवून एखादा डिफॉल्ट
माझा ग्रीन वाला कसा आहे तो चौकोनी
तो थोडासा हे आहे रे म्हणजे ॲक्युरेट नाही आहे तो
असं आहे का
मी काल बघितलंस ना मला तू
मग एक काम कर वर्कशॉप मॅप मध्ये जा तू सारखा चेंज नको करत राहू पण वर्कशॉप मॅप मध्ये गेलास ना ते एम ट्रेनिंगचे मॅप असतात बघ त्याच्यामध्ये सगळे प्लेयरचे क्रॉसहेअर असतात दिसतो कुठला क्रॉसर कसा आहे तो. त्याला टॅप केलं हे गोळी मारलीस ना काय तो क्रॉसर अप्लाय होतो. तुला व्हरायटी ऑफ क्रॉसर मिळते. कळालं? यार बोलो कॅप्सूल ओपन करू. कुठे गेला रे? कॅप्सूल साठी स्किन विकली आणि पेंडिंगला गेला बॅलन्स. त्या डॉंकला नाही मिळणार भाई. बघू आता कोण पॅनिक होतोय पहिला, कारण बेस तर पॅनिक व्हायची. रुक जावे कॉपीराइट मिळतो रे गाण्यांना. हे साले घेत नाही.
गाणं म्यूट कर ना, साधी
कसं म्यूट करणार यार? मला घ्यायचे होते रे, कॅप्सूल घ्यायचं होतं CS मध्ये. जो यार ये गाने शायद कॉपीराइट आएगा.
जेवायला वाढले ना खाली. हा आवाज दे मला जा.
नाइस.
अरे मी खेळत नाही, बघतोय. नाही ना मला मॅचेस चालू आहेत भाई.
मॅचेस चालू है अभी भी है.
GTA 5
30चा कुठला कॅप्सूल येतो रे? येतो काय
कुठला?
30 रुपये किती आहेत माझ्यात? 38 रुपीजच आहेत. स्टिकर कैप्सूल 2 वो कभी नहीं लगेगा भाई. लेजर मतलब यहाँ पर डोंक है.
चल आल रे मी जेवून आलो.
पेस भी है. हे घेऊ शकतो आपण. डोंक मोनिसी जायवू. नहीं रे बकवास है, हमें नहीं चाहिए. सुविनियर पण नाही ना ओपन करू शकत. काय काय बात करतो 29 रुपीज ला आलाय हे आत्ता विकत घेतोय मी अय्या भाई साहब Cloud9 हॅलो 908 900 रुपयाला एवढा कमी आला भाई क्या आयशा अरे मी 2000 रुपयाला विकला हॅलो भाई 900 रुपयाला आला 900 मधनं किती भेटणार 700 मिळतील नॉट वर्थ इट हा बघ ते आधीच आहे बघ असं कसं दाखवतील ते अरे स्ट्रीम डिलीट करायचा लागली
Welcome to
चालेल
Perfect World
आता येऊ दे copyright.
Shanghai Major Grand Finals, which will be between Team Spirit and FaZe. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Very happy to be here for this one. And joining me on the desk, we've assembled the analytical Avengers. We have Blair, we have Maui, we have Yanko. They will be offering their expertise ahead of this incredible matchup. Guys, pumped for this one, I'm absolutely certain.
Absolutely. I think we could have had an even better matchup to close out what has been an incredible year of Counter-Strike. It's been such a wonderful journey, seeing the rise and fall of different teams, seeing star players etch their names into history for the very first time, and really, it has just been lights out in terms of the level of CS that we have gotten at this event.
I think it also shows why we've been asking for the Major to be the last tournament in the season for so long, right? Especially in this sort of scenario where you had teams there for more than a month, just, you know, grinding, practicing. Obviously, a lot of officials starting with the RMRs, but we're seeing a really high level of Counter-Strike, and we've had a great playoffs, some great games. A bit of a surprise final, I think it's fair to say, but I think it's going to be exciting nonetheless.
Surprise indeed. Let's take a look how we got here. This is the bracket. Lots of shocks along the way. None more so than FaZe, which we will talk about in a moment. A lot of people thought maybe it was Nico's time. It was G2's destiny to lift the major trophy. That one got away from him again before he goes on to greener pastures. Mouse weren't able to get it done either. Vitality, a lot of people had them as favorites. What a great bracket, by the way. I mean, just incredible level of CS overall. But in the end, this is what we have. The two last teams standing, Team Spirit versus FaZe. And just for everyone at home, I just have to stress how unbelievably unlikely it was to see FaZe in the final. I mean, the run they've had, it's almost unprecedented in major history.
FaZe Clan, despite the name value, despite the fact that we have so many major appearances between the lot of them, coming into this event, Richard, it was 19 consecutive weeks where they were not even in the top 5. Like, yes, we know them as household names, but the level of CS they were playing in the 3 months leading up to this was not to championship caliber whatsoever.
He almost felt like Kerrigan was, you know, the dude with the stick, like poking his players, hey, do something, right?
Yeah.
It was
the individuals just weren't showing up. I mean, Mario was talking about it. Look at some of these losses. I mean, you lose to Saw in Cologne in the playoffs to such an unexperienced team. You lose to Complexity, right? In another playoffs, get eliminated by them. Even the one to Maus, like Maus not a bad team, sure, but FaZe had their number all year long. So that's the reason why you're looking at FaZe and you're not really counting on them to do it this time around.
Yeah, especially considering the how incredible they were this year at the beginning of the year, having multiple they were the best CS2 team, the most consistent one, despite fewer titles. And then you had the heartbreak in Copenhagen, where King Karrigan was to be crowned in his home country, his home city, and instead it gets stolen by Navi, who continue to have their streak being the #1 team. And it felt like for me, for a lot of us, in fact, that this could be it for FaZe. The tapering off was just so abysmal, just watching the players lose enthusiasm. They didn't feel like
they lost their mojo.
They lost their mojo. But when Karrigan, when he lit the pies, when he called for aid, when in the hour, when the darkest hour, it was the soldiers who answered.
Well, I mean, look, just for context as well as how far FaZe had fallen, when you look at the pick'em data, more people pick Mongols to win this major than FaZe Clan. That's kind of where we're at. Now, that may just be because you're stupid, but whatever. Right? Okay? But anyway, what is going to have to happen here if FaZe are going to be victorious, they're going to have to overcome a team that has potentially the greatest rookie we have ever seen. This is the Phenom. This is Donk. This is the player that, despite his tender years, is essentially propelling Spirit to glory.
Donk has just leapfrogged so many iconic players in terms of cultural impact, in terms of how far he has come. And if you want to compare it to what many would consider the unanimous best rookie year of all time in ZywOo back in 2019, every number is practically in favor of Donk. Damage per round, the kills per round, the amount of maps he even played, and he has a chance to pass him in the total number of HLTV MVP awards he gets, with a potential one here.
Yeah, absolutely a phenomenal year from Donk. And I think why he is the lead in #1 this year for a lot of people is also he's a rifler. And not just any rifler, an aggressive one at that. Like, he's playing probably the toughest role in the game, and he's dominating on such an insane level that we've never seen from any other player in the history of the game, really. And he is the sole reason, it feels like, why Spirit is even in a position to potentially win a major trophy.
I mean, considering this kid is younger than Counter-Strike itself, like way younger than Counter-Strike itself, and him just bursting onto the scene, the Katowice run is just unprecedented, right? It's just an anomalous performance, but the fact that he's able to continue this run of form in this year, and if he can cap it off with a major win, it will, without a shadow of a doubt, might possibly be, even for the future, the greatest W year ever.
It would be the best rookie year ever.
Yeah,
flat out.
I think some people point to Bit, but for Bit as well, he was the sort of third star on that team, right? He had a great year, no doubt, himself, but Donk is doing it as the star player of the team, as the guy who has to lead the way at 17 years old, sort of. It doesn't feel like just he's leading on the serve. It seems like emotionally he's pushing the rest of the players forward, and that's such an insane thing to do as a rookie.
I mean, if you watch his body language from Katowice, he's screaming at his opponents, he's yelling at them, trying to hype his own team up, talking trash across the table, and now he looks like a solemn figure that has to be a morale leader. Like, he's actually leading by example in terms of just his demeanor. Expecting more out of his teammates, because he knows the pressure that Spirit has created for themselves with that blistering Katowice victory. And he might be the most stoic-looking 17-year-old I've seen so far in Counter-Strike. And I truly believe, maybe a couple of kids out there, but I really believe when they won Kato, you saw Shiro crying and weeping because of how much it meant for him, leaving Cloud9 coming over here. It was Donk who was patting him on the back. It's all right, we got it done. We got it done right there. But the fact is, I don't think Donk really understood the implications of what he did back then. Now he's aware of it.
Yeah, and you can see the head-to-head record very heavily in favor of Team Spirit at the moment. But not that that's mattered to FaZe at any point in this tournament. That's been the case for every team they've taken on right now.
Yeah, you can see the first S-tier tournament of the year was in Katowice, best of 5 final. It was, the sort of breakout party for Donk and Team Spirit, and they went up against FaZe Clan. 3-0, a really dominant sort of win for them, and interesting how we've come full circle, right? This being the first event, and now at the major they get to close out the year, and probably with a bit of a different outcome, I imagine.
Well, let's see. We'll get into that in a moment, but let's talk about ROPS. The reason FaZe are ultimately in the finals is that their star player, finally woke up. You know, we've highlighted Donk. The analogy over at FaZe kind of has been, while Donk has been propelling Spirit forward, prior to this, Rops has kind of been in the shadows, emerged ready for the playoffs, and his numbers and production have been absolutely phenomenal, and without him, FaZe certainly are not in the final.
Oh, 100%. And I think there's a switch that flipped for Rops, and I'll tell you when it happened. It happened in that final map against Furia, when it looked like FaZe is going to be out, this is going to be the end of this lineup, and he just turned it on, and this is insane from Rops. This is the highest, by far, more than Donk, more than anyone in the playoff stage. He has put up these incredible numbers.
Rops is even
against Vitality, while doing it against G2 favorites for the major playoffs. He's come back when in the hour of need, the most dire hour of need, he comes and plays like this.
And one thing that I love that Dust, who's not on the desk with us right here, but he brought up and was sure to highlight every time talking about Rops, is that he's upping his entry attempt rate. Like, he is going for way more openers on T side in what was at times the worst of Rops in the months leading up to this tournament, where he felt a bit baity, kind of. People would attribute his characteristics to somebody like Blame F, for example, just always in the back line. Like, now we're seeing Rops actually take the initiative. If he sees a weakness in a defense, he's ready to strike without hesitation.
He's playing with a lot more confidence, and I can see this guy driving a Porsche. I mean, the older one, I'd give him a Yugo, and that's the way you feel like he's been playing. But yeah, much better from Rops, sort of at the final moment against Furia in that 2-2 game on Mirage, played lights out, really propelled his team into the playoffs and has upped his form ever since. Luckily for FaZe, the rest of the guys picked up the slack as well, are sort of delivering in their particular roles, and that's why we see FaZe in the grand final.
Yeah, and it would be remiss of us if we didn't talk about the IGLs. Obviously, Carrigan, you run out of superlatives to describe his leadership style, his tactical acumen, his ability to get creative with vetoes and create chances in series that maybe FaZe aren't favorites for. Over on the other side with Chopper, he's had this plethora of talent to work with, but hasn't delivered as many trophies as maybe you would have hoped, and he has come in for some criticism of late.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people forget how, you know, Chopper's been around for a long time. Everyone remembers the Vegas squadron times back in 2017. He's been grinding it out in that tier 2, tier 1.5 scene for years right now. And finally, Chopper's been around for a long time. Everyone remembers the Vegas squadron times back in 2017. He's been grinding it out in that tier 2, tier 1.5 scene for years right now. And finally, even before Donk, let's not forget, one of the greatest matches we ever saw in a major was an Antwerp game, and it was Chopper going up against Carrigan as well. But finally, for him finding this piece, this weapon of mass destruction and honing it in, it seems like his major final across a span of 6 years. No one's ever done that. Like, that's just insane longevity as a player, as an IGL, and has done it alongside Rain as well. So there's some really cool storylines on both the teams here.
In terms of just longevity, I mean, Carrigan has Chopper completely covered in this regard. He's got him beat 19 majors to 9. He has 3 times as many major playoffs that he's actually gotten to. And in terms of how I would describe Carrigan, he's just the most pragmatic leader ever. In a moment, if he finds that something's not working for his team, he makes that mid-half adaptation. It doesn't even need to be a late-in-the-half call to change things up. If he immediately recognizes the game plan is not working, he will switch things up on a dime. And that's why we rate him so highly, because he can look like FaZe Clan first gun round. Wow, they're just going to get blown out of this one. Immediate 180 in terms of mentality, in terms of change. He's not only a great tactician, but a leader too.
Always cooking, never overcooking. I think that's the thing with Carrigan, right? Just an incredible understanding of every single matchup, the different matchups that he has, you know, going up against someone like Vitality, some inexperienced players like that, forcing it into Anubis as the third out of their comfort zone, right? Sort of playing in the mud, like we talked about in that game. I think really
thumbnail
coming into this tournament. We talked about drops in that Furia game. FaZe was 1-0 down in that series. And then Carrigan steps up with a great double entries. Really gave that energy. He bought enough time for Robs to come online and other guys to go up, and he's just so good at sort of finding that extra gear for himself when his team is struggling. Just give them a little bit more time for everyone else to get together. And again, an incredible run, especially considering, man, these teams have owned them all year long.
Yeah.
Vitality owned them.
G2.
Except for
Ek,
which
don,
tournament? The
teen,
Copenhagen
char.
Major. G2
How's your
beat them
PKMs
comfortably
going,
plenty of
brother?
times, lost to them here in the playoffs. It's the same story with Spirit. Spirit has been owning them all year long, except for which tournament? The Copenhagen Major. Yet again, in the quarterfinal.
येऊन येतो नाही रे.
Safe to say,
बोलून
FaZe
येतो
was
पण.
the underdog. We just came from that
Heroic
Captain
टाकलं
final where they
आता
lost
स्पिरिट
3-0.
जिंकला तर
So
भाई
I think the
playoffs
players
मध्ये
from
हे होऊन
FaZe
जाईल.
absolutely understand that this is a whole
It is
different
spirit
ball
check,
game compared to your group stages and your other tournaments, even if it is a playoff game. And I think unfortunately it's something that's going to be at the back of the Spirit players' heads. And just psychologically, FaZe has an advantage coming into this one.
All right, guys. Well, we are going to go to Shanghai now for the grand final opening.
कसा आहे मम्मी पुलाव? गोड लागते?
या साऊंडला मला हे लागेल, कॉपीराइट लागेल. इंटरप्ट बराच टाइम आहे. क्वालिटी नाही रे त्यांच्या कॅमेऱ्यामध्ये. शेंगाई बघ कसली आहे जबरदस्त. सिटी वी आर ऑन जर्नी. एकच G2 आला रे इथे, बाकी सगळे गेले. हमें नहीं सुनना. अरे म्हाताऱ्यानं घेतलंय गाणी वाजवायला साले. म्हातारे सगळे, एक पण तरुण नाही. चौथ्या अकाउंट मधला आपण हे बघूया. विल गो फॉर स्पिरिट विन. 1-2 मॉनेसी फक्त बरोबर आले, बाकी सगळे फालतू. काट्या नाही काय? आपण फिरू. वाजवा. मस्त. चांगलं आहे रे. जुने हिंदी मूवीजचे कसे बॅकग्राऊंड सॉन्ग असायचे तसेच आवाज वाटतोय. बघ ना, मूवीज मध्ये बॅकग्राऊंड सॉन्ग असायचे बघ हिंदी, तसेच आवाज आहेत. त्यामध्ये एक काय भाई त्यांची एडिटिंग नेक्स्ट लेवल असते काउंटर स्ट्राईकची चालू का ना होत भाई लॅपटॉप चालू करू बघतो ना तेव्हापर्यंत होतंय काय टाइमपास काय पॉवर बँकचा तरी यूज होईल त्याचा टाळ्या टाळ्या
感谢来自上海老年爵士乐团老先生们的演出，谢谢你们。在 CS 的职业赛场上，也有很多老将，他们多年来和老朋友们在一起，是敌亦是友，他们互相鼓励，彼此成就。当然，也有很多年轻的选手们，他们的职业之路才刚刚开始，他们凭借天赋和努力站上了最高的舞台。今夜期待他们今夜来香。欢迎来到上海 Major 2024总决赛的比赛现场，我是主持人小鸽子，我的搭档 Banks。
काय पण बोल चांगली दिसते
Ni hao Shanghai! And hello to all the Counter-Strike fans tuning in from around the world. 34 days, we started this journey of history to have the first ever major in Asia, in the wonderful city of Shanghai. And the perfect World Shanghai Major has now led us all to this moment where today we will get to crown the champion of a trophy that everyone wants to achieve, but only few can.
上海的观众朋友们，正在看直播的观众朋友们，你们准备好了吗？从2024年11月11日 RMR 亚太区的比赛开打，到今天上海 Major 的总决赛，我们的比赛一共进行了35天，共计有来自全球49个国家和地区，超过700名选手和工作人员汇聚到上海，参加这场国际级别最高的电竞赛事之一。他们为荣誉、为友谊、为了证明自己，更为了热爱。只有 CS 才能超越 CS。
Now we end the year exactly how we started it. Spirit and FaZe fighting for a trophy. But this time, it is very different. Yes, Spirit have learned a lot along the way. FaZe, though, somehow powered up along the way, especially on this playoff stage. One of those two teams will lift the trophy and be for sure showing their full strength and everything they've got to try and achieve the final glory.
没错。故事总是惊奇的相似，在年初他们在总决赛上相遇，而在年末他们即将在上海 Major 的舞台上奉献出一场精彩的比赛。到底是有年轻的新人王 Dunk 带领的 Team Spirit 能够举起奖杯，还是由34岁老将 Kerrigan 带领的 FaZe Clan 能够捧回荣誉？你们支持谁？ Thanks.I think we should check the audience which team they love the most.
Okay, let's find out which way it's going to go. Who are we loving more, Shanghai? Is it Spirit? Pretty good.
Is it FaZe Clan?
FaZe that FaZe fans.
Try one more time.
What about last time? Let's try it. 最后一次好吗？让我们把最热烈的掌声和欢呼声送给两支队伍。 Let's go.
Spirit.
FaZe Clan。好的，那接下来让我们来看一下两支战队的晋级之路。
कॅमेरामॅन बरोबर नाही भाई.
Warrior clan returning from hell on the wings of courage, resilience, and determination. Enchanted by a mysterious eastern wind, is this their swan song or the harbinger of another brilliant Crimson Dynasty? To all those who doubt them, prepare.
观众朋友们，在总决赛登场时，请举起你们手中的手机，打开闪光灯，让我们为他们献出一点点星光和支持，好吗？
Oh yes. Let's see it, Shanghai. Get your phones out, put the lights on. Let's light this arena up for our teams as they get ready to take the stage.
好的，我们现场的观众朋友们已经准备好了，两支战队已经准备就绪。让我们有请他们 Team Spirit。
कॅप्सूल विसूल कोण हे केस बीस कोण ओपन नाही करत भाई छी ग्रँड फायनल आहे करा यार
他是 Team Spirit 指挥兼队长华容道脑力王，他的风格简单直接，最锋利的剑只需要最直接的出招，这就是大超老师的战术精髓。
ओ भाई एक एकाची एंट्री आहे लाजवाब
Carrigan!
从 CS 1.6时代的狙击手到现在的一线指挥，他身披无数的荣誉。只是有时从地狱归来才是 FaZe Clan 的基本操作。Major 决赛上会再次上演吗？ 他是上帝的信徒，他的大狙稳中求胜，而他的 P250则是队伍的制胜法宝，他就是白色死神 Shiro。他是征战赛场8年的22岁老将，上海 Major 是韩王的首个 Major 决赛。 他将首次向 Major 冠军发起冲击，欢迎韩王 Frozen！ 作为21岁的老将，半决赛面对 Mouse， 是他多次力挽狂澜，救队伍于危难之间。他就是采访鬼才
Liquid fan है अभी भी।
Rain 可以在炙热沙城2、核子危机、炼狱小镇等各种地图人工降雨。他是大场面先生，越大的场馆，他越会成为掌控全场的雨神。
काय कळलं तुला हात वरती करतोय? Sontics भाई एक नंबर प्लेयर。
他擅长使用一把 M4A1， 行踪神鬼莫测，总是在对手意想不到的时机和位置现身。人送绰号“宗主”，他就是 Zontex。只要有吮指原味鸡，他就会发挥200%的战斗力。有箱子的地方，就是他创造奇迹之地。他的头上有光，他的名字就叫 Brokey。
50-50% chance दोनों को। Crowd थांबत नाही。
他是2024年击穿赛场的超新星，年仅17岁，双手插兜的少年，在上海Major上打出了3个五杀，他就是 Zonk。他是赛场上力挽狂澜的变身汽车人。他在1/4决赛和半决赛状态爆炸，疯狂输出，适应和战舰晋级决赛头号功臣，他就是 Robs。
वाटतंय तसा。
Haley 和 Team Spirit 缘分还要从2021年加入青训队教练开始说起。在他的带领下 ，Team Spirit 已多次拿下冠军奖杯。欢迎教练 Haley。
इथं काय आहे काय？
老 VP 时代，作为选手的 Neo 对大场面可是司空见惯了。作为 Face Clan 的教练，他是团队的定心丸，有他在，地狱归来也势不可挡。欢迎教练 Neo。
Zontex, you've been playing against FaZe a lot this year, but this time something's different about them. Are you ready for this new and improved FaZe?
Yes.
Banks 王问他说：“你们在过去的1年当中跟 FaZe Clan 交手过很多次了，这一次他们似乎有一点不一样，你准备好了吗？”他说：“是的。”让我们问一下 Kerrigan。我觉得说太多都没有用，让我们直接把舞台交给 Kerrigan 吧。Kerrigan, this is your stage.
Yes.
他说：“是的，这就是属于我们的舞台。”那两边的战队登场完毕，也是把他们送到对战席进行赛前的准备。Thank you.
You can take your seats and get ready for the game.
आदित्य भाई, स्वागत आहे आपल्या स्ट्रीमवर. आज आपण बघत आहोत परफेक्ट वर्ल्ड शेंघाय फायनल, ग्रँड फायनल, स्पिरिट वर्सेस फेस क्लॅन. चालू होतोय मॅच. अरे यार, तो इमोटला थोडासा ट्रोलिंग इमोट आहे रे तो. काय बोलू त्याला.
We're ready, James. Yes, we are. And what a great intro for all of the players there. A memorable moment. But now we must turn our attention to the final proper. And obviously, we've got a veto coming in. So, guys, I'm just going to toss this one out there to you all. Are we going to see some more Karrigan shenanigans?
I mean, he's done it. He did it in the last major as well. Everyone remembers Vertigo, it's a deciding map coming in, and Karrigan, this is when he brings out some of the biggest curveballs, right? When especially in a major stage in the playoffs. But that being said, I don't think they're going to try anything crazy here. I really feel, Karrigan, he's like, I'm not going to bring out Vertigo. I think that's a map Spirit might even pick, actually, if you ask me.
I don't think so. I think they can veto. Actually, they can get away with the Mirage veto in the first phase if they want to. I don't think Spirit picks Vertigo in the first phase, although I don't think Karrigan leaves it in the second. I think he would veto it out in the second phase. So either he does use his ban to ban something else, or he's just confident that there's nothing that they can't play Spirit against in this final. Even if, he vetoes Vertigo, Spirit picks Mirage, they feel confident they can put up a much better fight than the last couple of times that they played.
The last time that they played against each other at a major, FaZe were going into that one feeling like the underdog, so they had to pull some shenanigans with the veto, floating Vertigo to the very end, trying to trap Spirit. Not only do I think Karrigan will forego doing something as risky as that this time, I also think that Spirit wouldn't also fall into that trap. They've learned from their mistakes in the past. They're going to go to their efforts. I expect it'll probably be more along the lines of them going with Ancient, maybe Mirage if FaZe let it through. I don't think they want to go for a major MVP level of stage.
Major MVP
one of the maps where perhaps Spirit might go their way, perhaps as a possibility. But in all honesty, Rich, this one's out. I think it's pretty open.
Player of the year,
I think Spirit has learned their lesson from the last major. Like, we're not thinking about punishing anything. We just want maps that our players are comfortable on, and let's just battle it out, right? I mean, why would they not feel confident with Donk on their side? And Shiro having a really good tournament. Even the likes of Chopper and Magic step up in the Mouse series, right, to do what's asked of them. So we'll see. I think this one will be pretty interesting.
The possibility of Anubis is an interesting one, or as I like to call it, Vertigo.
Yes.
We obviously know that FaZe has played a lot of this map in practice. You know, they had strats, they had a good understanding of the map, even though it's one that you wouldn't usually associate with them. And this is what I mean about these Karrigan curveballs. I don't envy Chopper or the Spirit staff at all trying to preempt what Karrigan's going to do. I always feel every veto is in his hands.
You got to remember when they played against Vitality, Karrigan said we wanted to drag them to a place where Vitality are uncomfortable on. It's a map where it was a bit of a mud fight right there, right? But if you look at Spirit, the last couple of times they played, they picked Anubis. They won Anubis.
Yeah, I just feel like if you're Spirit, though, you definitely want to lean on Ancient. It has been your best map at this tournament so far. It's felt incredibly strong for them because they can just focus on Donk. Donk can just get into the middle of the map. And honestly, when it comes to FaZe's pick here, I'm kind of siding with Nuke. I think what they've done on that map lately, they lost it to Vitality, but they went for a pick there. G2, they were able to dispatch it actually in a close, tense game, but one where the game planning just looked so strong. And really, on a major
Let's
stage,
go China, इकडे जाऊन भेंडी वाट लावलेली इंडियाची त्यांनी.
Why would I not? He flipped on us. Okay.
reverse केला त्यांनी.
I think if he actually puts Rain head to head with Donk on these outside fights, he's going to put a lot of faith into that guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, also, is there a map you can get
to
plastic ineffective or neutral?
Electronics it happened. Yeah, Mouse did it to him on Nuke, and I think also one of the main reasons why FaZe was able to best G2 yesterday was Rain getting the better of Nico in that yard fight on basically both sides of the map. Really. You know how crucial that area is. These are all from yesterday, right? That you can see the score was 8-4 for FaZe at the half. So G2 wins 7 rounds in a row. A timeout comes in from Neo. What did him and Karrigan cook up? Right, you can see in the distance, Rain and Frozen are towards yard. Brokey with the C4. They snuck behind main through their own smoke. So now you'll see we can play the round. This is where Karrigan and Frozen are going to start. Karrigan and Rob's going to start throwing the smokes for main and for windows. So this is simulating Rap, but immediately they're going up. They're going to start throwing flashes to fake an ape up. Oh, it's a fake Rap. They're going to explode A. Right? Rain is even going to make sound as the one guy is sneaking. This is going to trigger Nico to sort of think this is just one guy. He's going to try and make a play here walking through the smoke. Frozen punishes him. Rain is going up heaven already. Karrigan tries to make a play. He's going to die on ramp. to Monesi.
G2
G2 push door, trade one for one.
बंद पडला आहे.
Activates Mount caught completely off guard.
Screen is
They're
direct
splitting
घुसा
upper.
आहे.
Guy Hunter shot in the back, and this is it. Monesi in a 1v2 that he just cannot win.
तिला सांगितलं मॉनिटर घे
layers
वापर ना काय घेत नाही मी काय करणार मी किती वेळ
on a map
सांगणार.
they can always come back and get it done.
Okay, it looks like we're actually getting the veto here. Spirit should be going with the Inferno
दादा PC
ban.
आणला.
And yeah, we want to see it. Does FaZe actually go
याचा
for that new pick
17
once
लावला.
again, or
तिला
are they
फक्त
going to
बोललो
move to
मॉनिटर
something
घे.
else? You know, Kerrigan's got a lot of
PC
tricks up his
है.
sleeve, but
घे,
I'm
अजून
really
घे-
favoring this
घे
new
तेच
pick, and they do go for it.
Yeah, and now for me the big question here is
Huh?
which direction do Spirit go?
मी काय बोलतो लॅपटॉपचा पासवर्ड विसरलो तर रिसेट कसा करायचा.
I'll take that one, but Ancient is going to be the obvious one. So yeah, they're playing to the strengths, and I guess shake hands on a Mirage perhaps, but that's
नाही
what
पासवर्ड
FaZe
रिसेट
still
करायला रे आपला
screw around a
काय
little
करायचं
bit.
ते ऍडव्हान्स
You ban
सिक्युरिटी
Mirage,
ऑप्शन
play
मध्ये
those
जायचा.
हा
Yeah,
ते
well,
असतं.
गेला
Anubis banned.
CMD ओपन
alright.
तिथे गेला
I think
CMD
banning
ओपन
for
करायचा.
Spirit as well is probably a
Okay,
little bit
WhatsApp ला.
of, hey, let's like, you know,
नाही
they're not
व्हॉट्सअपला
gonna,
नाही
they're
रे
hoping for Mirage,
पीसी
but
ला
I think
रिस्टार्ट
they
हे
know
होईल ना तुझा
that that is
पासवर्ड
going to be
रिस्टार्ट
FaZe's veto, so
खाली
basically
ऑप्शन
Spirit with their veto are picking the map in that sense. Like if we veto Anubis, it's going to be Dust. If we veto Dust, it's going to be Anubis.
I mean, what's the one way you
मी
want
पण
to
असं करायला गेलतो पण मला जमलं नाही मी डायरेक्ट विंडो मारतो.
विंडो ना रे काय माहितीये ऍडव्हान्स सिक्युरिटी ऑप्शन मध्ये गेलो ना
माहितीये मला रे
की सीएमडी ओपन होतो बस सीएमडी वर क्लिक करून नोटपॅड ओपन करायचा आणि नोटपॅड वर जाऊन फाईल मध्ये ओपन करायचा मग तुझा आहे ना आपला पीसी ओपन होतो फाईल म्हणजे माहितीये ना ओपन करायला गेलो फाईल की कसं सी मध्ये जायचं सी मध्ये विंडोज मध्ये फाईल असते एक रे ऍक्टिव्हेटर नावाने ती डिलीट करायची ती डिलीट केलंस ना की सुडो लॉग इन करायचं म्हणजे सीएमडी मधून सुडो लॉग इन म्हणजे ऍज अ ऍडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह टू लॉग इन करतात आणि तिथं रिसेट पासवर्ड कमांड टाकायची आणि न्यू पासवर्ड कमांड टाकून नवीन पासवर्ड टाकायचं.
समझ गए आदित्य भाई. डॉंग पोरगी वाटते यार तो 17 वर्षाचा आहे. Most youngest player in Counter-Strike professionals T1.
Kerrigan is a great IGL. He's going to come up with a strategy
Honestly, पण मागे टाकला त्याने.
against Donk, just like he did against Nico.
And it's rounds like
Bond ना
डॉंग
मॉनिस काय मॉनिस जेव्हा चालत होतं तेव्हा
चालला
चालला
नाही रे चायला. मी बोललेलो तेव्हा तो इथं जर त्यांनी 1v2 केला म्हणजे त्या न्यूकला बघितलंस ना
काय ते तर सेमीफायनलला पण
त्याच
नसते
राऊंडला
पोहोचले.
भाई
ते तर सेमीफायनलला पण नसते पोहोचले जर निको खेळला नसता त्याची पुढची मॅच. काय सीजे
उद्या मेसेज करतो उद्या सांग याला आदित्यला पासवर्ड रिसेट कसं करायचा.
मी केलेत रे असे भरपूर जणांचे पीसी वरून पासवर्ड रिसेट म्हणून तर माहिती आहे.
माझा पेनड्राईव्ह मध्ये विंडोज असतो मला टेन्शनच नाही काय जमलं नाही तर डायरेक्ट
न्यूक लागलाय
न्यूक लागलाय.
डिसाइडर कुठला आहे
डिसाइड अरे बघितलं नाही रे एवढं हे करता.
अरे नाल्या ते नको बघायला डिसाइडर मॅप कुठला आहे
ते चॅट वर चालत होतं घेतो ना. डॉंग 15 HP च राहिला एक बुलेट. मेला बघ डॉंग ड्रेनच्या हातून. अरे आवाज का कमी आहे.
Smoke, yeah, it's actually Frozen to walk through it. Does catch Chopper unawares into the top side. They break.
Oh, Frozen drops. Oh, Frozen. Zontix, 3K.
Zontix, dual Berettas and Donk on that low HP. It seems that FaZe have taken the T-side pistol, starting as they mean to go on here on their map.
Donk's ahead of Birdle bug. Donk mela.
This feels like an impossible retake for Team Spirit. Zontix gives it a go, but now Donk
And TNT. Tiger Ballचा काय पता आहे की नाही ना. अंडरग्राउंड आहे तो अजून पण अंडरग्राउंड आहे. हो लगता है वो तो सिंगापुर चला गया शायद तो.
Donk saves. Tech has been called, so we will take a quick hiatus from play while we sort out this issue. Not a false start, but definitely want to get these wobbles out of the way immediately. I started with a Donk opener. It's essentially ended. Yeah, Rob's getting the kill, but Frozen got the goose from main. Then they just waltz on in and obliterate that top side defense from Spirit. Now, one of the things that you can aim
D2
for
I decided
here,
map.
Kerrigan, you have a much more experienced
D2
unit.
Oh.
Sure, this is Spirit's breakout year at this top level
तेवढं
of
पोहोचच
Counter-Strike.
नाही
It's the second
एन्शियंटच
major for
संपत.
Zontix and Donk. They beat them in Katowice, sure. We are looking to finish the year as it started. But FaZe have that experience over them. And that's been the conversation about FaZe coming into the playoffs is, hey, they can turn it on. This is the team that has that layer, that depth, that gear that they mentioned within the interviews, and they've been able to find it.
पहिला माहिती काय आपला हा शिरो आहे ना जो साइट आहे ना ही चेअरची ती उलटी करायचा
Think about how isolated Donk was. A lot of flashes to deal with his position. They were harassing him. Then he played out of main. Then they used that to slip into the site. Mouse, it was a beautiful start to their series. It was just a miserable end if you're a Mouse fan, but beautiful for Team Spirit.
हे सगळे पीसी जे अरेंज करतात त्यांचे असतात
हो त्यांचे असतात आपले नसतात आपले फक्त कीबोर्ड माऊस असतो आणि माऊस पॅड
Testament to their tenacity and their veterancy. I mean, we do have the
बाकी
wise
सगळं
veteran
त्यांचं
versus
असतं
the young prodigy. I mean, this is a trope, but it is most definitely our reality as Counter-Strike fans in this grand final.
आणि बहुतेक इयरफोन तुझे असतात मे बी
Two very different stories.
कारण प्रत्येकाचे इयरफोन वेगवेगळे आहेत
For Donk, he showed some great resilience yesterday. Second worst
नाही सगळ्यांचे
म्हणजे
हेडफोन
प्रोवाइड करतात रे ते पण तू जर
हेडफोन सगळ्यांचे सेम आहेत
हेडफोन नाही तो माईक असतो फक्त हेडफोन आहेत ना ते नॉइस कॅन्सलेशन साठी वापरतात आणि त्याचा फक्त माईक वर्किंग असतो बस फक्त माईक वर्किंग असतो बाकी ते 3 लेवल असतात नॉइस सप्रेसरचे 1 2 3 3 लाईनी असतात बघ ग्रीन प्रत्येक मेजर किंवा कुठेही असतात ना इव्हेंट त्याला असेच असतात हेडफोन इयरफोननी ते आवाज ऐकतात हो बाकी सगळं त्यांचं भाई पीसी मॉनिटर सगळं त्यांचं
आई ते ग्रीन काय
माऊस पॅड माऊस आणि कीबोर्ड बहुतेक इयरफोन्स हेडफोन त्यांचा असतो Oh, Zontix. Oh, Donk Dink, man. Don't. 0-0-0. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. अगलास का इको राउंड कसा काढायचा? Nice, yeah, nice.
It's gone south. In Shanghai,
3K Donk, man.
This kid's going to have confidence against FaZe. Lifted that Katowice trophy at the start of the year to announce his presence to Tier 1 and say, yeah, I'm the real deal.
हाँ ते earphone noise cancellation साठी earphone वर हाँ only for mic.
Down. This is the opposite of how Nuke started yesterday for Spirit. They won the pistol, lost the follow-up. Well, this time round they win the force. They scavenged themselves 2 AKs, 2 Galeras.
काय round काढला nice.
Trying to avoid Donk and they're running straight head into him. This is just the start.
Squeaky, squeaky.
Rob's like going to be a priority to defend here. Magix is tested, but Rob's unable to finish it off.
स्क्विझी काय
स्क्विकी बोलतात रे रोप्स मेला त्याच पोझिशनला कंट्रोल रूम आता रॅम एंटरिंग बोलतात
Such low HP, Magix has responded and just catches Brokey. Trying to dip into control and full control of Spirit.
As a rain is rotating in, they
PUBG ची पण चालू आहे भाई
sure, but this should be
PUBG पण बघतो आज असेल
coming in with a force, so likely to see a 3-1 start.
भाई माझे जे पीकेम्स आहेत ना PUBG चे ते भाई एलिमिनेशन स्टेज ला गेले सोनिक आणि शेबरस ट्विस्टेड माइंड भाई कन्सिस्टंट परफॉर्मन्स पहिले हागले नंतर मस्त भाई कमबॅक केला नंतर 2-3 चिकन मारले ते Unfit.
Trying to force the rotation, but Magix, he's not moving, still back at the site. Worst case, a deagle bullet behind the eyes, and the bomb can go down. He has been spotted now.
Arrogance closing that gap. Seems aware of the
त्यांचा जो ब्रॉडकास्टिंग आहे ना ते बरोबर नाही रे ब्रॉडकास्टिंग बरोबर नाही त्यांचं एक तर क्वालिटी नाही स्ट्रीमला
काय बनवलाय हा
कुठला
Too many worries against that force whatsoever.
कसले
Getting the sequel.
आदित्य पडवल्याने पाठवला
season finale.
तो मेंबरशिपचा आहे
Des discussed it, but I don't think anybody would have had FaZe.
पाठव तुला तो स्टिकर काय तुला फोटो पाठव
फोटो कशाला पाहिजे तुला एक्सक्लुझिव्ह ठेवायचा असतो मॅक्टिव्हिस फोटो व्हिडिओ काय
आपल्यात काय एक्सक्लुझिव्ह
नाही नाही
मी तसा सगळा बघितला
डीसीलाच पाठव
डीसीला विसरलं नको
डीसीलाच पाठव
नाही नाही
Just gonna try and pop out hot with this one flash of Robs in the back line. Nade's gonna do an awful
पण
lot
ये
of
नाही
damage.
आहे आणि करता एक्सक्लुझिव्ह
Farm up a couple of easy frags.
बघितला तो फोटो मी भाई
भाई एंट्रीज करून नाही देतात
भाई त्यांनी वॉलपेपरलाच ठेवलाय त्याच्या मॅक्सनी साल्यानी बघणार नाही तर काय
डीसीचा वॉलपेपर आहे तो माझ्या भाई इविल पाठवला का डिस्कॉर्डला
Now the rifles come out, we get to see. Do they have a game plan that is also able to isolate and abuse that of Donk over towards Yard and Main? It's going to be tough to replicate because sure, Donk was iced out yesterday, but he's going to learn from that type of a match.
तो रडतोय ASMIT
He already proved he could bounce back into the rest of the series, ending positive after a disastrous first round.
फक्त सीजे तुझा जो अँगल आहे ना तो थोडं अजून खाली पाहिजे होते
ले लो हमारी आज उड़ाओ हर कुत्ते का दिन आता है ये याद रखना
आम्ही माणसं तो तुझा तू बघून घे
एंट्री नाही करता ये शादी है नशा
साउंड पर डिले है भाई आदित्य साउंड डिले है भाई मैं यूट्यूबर बघतोय
Right now, off the back of a force, they got everything they want.
Yeah, quite the opposite for FaZe Clan.
Both teams have actually rallied through a lot of this util. Take a look at either side of your screen. For a fight and him against Rain, that is going to be
तू
quite
त्या
the
याच्यात
head,
माहिती आहे
quite
का
the
GTA San
duel.
Andreas स्ट्रीम करू शकतोस
कशात
Donk just mowing players down through smoke.
त्या आउटफिट मध्ये बनियनीवर
हां भाई
Would be disrupted, and that
पण
was
सॅन अँड्रेस विंडो 10 वर नाही चालत जाम इश्यू देतोय
डेफिनेटिव्ह एडिशन रे नल्ल्या
डेफिनेटिव्ह नको ग्लिचेस आहेत
अरे झाला फिक्स आता
नाही फिक्स काय नाही त्याच्यासाठी
Both teams have actually rallied through a lot of this
OG
util.
वाट
Take a look at
लागले
either
ते
side of your screen. You can see we're just waiting for a
Ajit's
couple of
मारलेत बे शॉट
flashes. Smokes dotted for either team. And now towards ramp, they're going to try and pressure that of Zontic's domain, but it's Shiro, the one who's just blocked this.
अरे त्यांची स्ट्रीम पण अस्मित लेट आहे आवाज पहिला येतो नंतर हे
त्यांची स्ट्रीम लेट आहे माझं काय नाही इश्यू मी त्यांना पहिल्या दिवसापासून शिव घालतोय त्यांची क्वालिटी पण नाही क्वालिटी पण नाही
त्याने लोक शिवाय घालण्यासारखं करत रे ऑनी छाव आऊ आऊ आऊ
Rain was the late piece.
One side or what?
Versus Donk. This one's just for survival. Who wins it? Donk does. Spirit 4 flying high to start.
And Rain 0-5, so he's going to need to turn that around just like he did against G2 yesterday. FaZe broke G2's 8-in-a-row nuke streak to 2-0 that series, so potentially feeling some confidence when coming into this series, picking it. The desk we discussed in the video, is there going to be a curveball?
Kerrigan timeout lay.
Kerrigan to back in his boys. And right now, well, they got the start they wanted. The follow-up was not. And really, that was saved Kevlar and a Deagle.
I'm still thinking about that round.
It's crazy that that round has had echoes of impact.
He match jam तान होतील ना वेंडी एक match some map संपल्यावर.
So we'll just have to be a partial.
हो रे.
एकच match बोललो मुझे.
The pathing there, first player comes straight out, second ready for that top hut fight. But Magix, we saw him on Ancient yesterday. He needed to start playing some big moments when the team called upon him.
इकडे जायलाच नाही मागत आहे स्वरूप. अस्मित
नाही अरे कसे आहेत ना प्रत्येक प्लॅन्स वर खोळायला लागतात रे
टँकला वरती जायला कोण मागतच नाही माहिती आहे
उगाच नाही ते कागद लिहून आणणार त्यांच्यात प्लॅन बी प्लॅन ए हा वर्क नाही केला तर हा वर्क करायचा त्याच्यामध्ये तू आता जर तो प्लॅन वर्क नाही केला तर खालचा प्लॅन वर्क करणार आहे पण त्याच्यात तुझा रोल काय आहे ते शीट वर असतो म्हणून प्रत्येकाचा रोल प्रत्येकाने लक्षात नाही ठेवायचा ते बघायचा Kerrigan सांगायला रोल नंबर 6 रोल नंबर 6 हे सॉरी प्लॅन नंबर 6 प्लॅन बघायचा त्याच्यात आपला रोल काय आहे तो बघायचा आणि मग राऊंड खेळायचा असं असतं
But noisy, very noisy.
Now back to single door. Zontix as well established the crossbar, but Donk just dived down the vents and broke
nice, Brokey.
Managed to bring that demon down. rifle falls into FaZe Clan hands. A pivot top would be a test on Magic's once more. Draken starting to worm through ramp as well. A little bit of a vacancy.
Timing on this against Chopper.
Oh, Chopper's going to maybe catch him with the back turn. He does.
यार एक नंबर है ये
Brokey with that AK-47, rocks a burst out of the hut, spamming smokes, distracting Magic, still though, stalwart on the site, and Shiro to support. Oh, the shots connect! Brokey brings down Shiro, Rain has got the bomb going down.
4-2 हो गया क्या लगता है Zontix clutch 4-2 ना
Last seen ramp, Chopper maneuvers towards the squeaky door, bides time, Zontix on his approach towards heaven.
घेतला टाइम आउट घेतला कोचने.
They retake. Brokey trying to stay active, trying to catch one off guard. It's Chopper clearing as well, and they do hit the first. Brokey in the clutch. He's got 5 bullets to work with. Changes that. Chopper high pressure, no smoke. He's holding it. He's holding it in Shanghai. Pulls him off the.
crowd भाई.
It's FaZe Clan pulling one off of their own.
Crowd ने गोंगाट केला ना. म्हणून वाट लागली. नाहीतर जी राउंड जिंकले होते ते
जिंकलेले भाई crowd
Spirit जिंकली होती
डिफ्यूज झाला असता त्याने केला असता
हो क्राउड ओरडली नसती तर त्याने डिफ्यूज केला असता
ये देखो मैसेज
अरे काय मेसेज
He didn't need to make that rotation. Not only did he give over his life together on AK, and you just saw how powerful that AK was from Brokey to secure the second round for FaZe. So a bit of a misplay as far as the rotation is concerned from Donk, but potentially no harm, no foul, because they can get in the full buy. It hasn't ruined their finances. There's still money to work with. But if he's in the mindset of, I'm just going to take care of these boys on my own, those oversteps might be the difference maker.
Yeah,
CS में दाखवतात भाई.
This one absolutely not rewarding for Spirit.
PUBG मध्ये बोलतोय.
He makes that one kill. That's his first death on Donk. The first time you've brought down Donk, and it does lead to a FaZe Clan conversion.
And you can see him get fired up here.
भड़कला Brokey भड़कला.
Get him in front of the camera doing an interview. He's not the guy who's going to be giving you the most intense
FaZe चे fan आहेत ना जाम. म्हणून भाई FaZe ला जास्त आहे.
Donk ची विकेट पण पडली. यार तुझी जाम लेट स्ट्रीम चालते.
मी बघतो Twitch
He's a different man.
Donk looking to remedy the situation. Put FaZe Clan back to bed. Chopper. Brought low by the nade, but lives on. His impact already.
Twitch.
Same to be said for Rain. Carrying it by his side. Once more, they find another. Shut down.
ब्रेव नाही वापरले रे कधी ते तेवढं हे नाही रे युजर फ्रेंडली नाही आहे जेवढं क्रोम आहे ओपेरा आहे तेवढं मला तर नाही वाटलं ते युजर फ्रेंडली बऱ्याच फंक्शन्स आहेत जे फीचर करतात ते युजलेस फीचर्स आपल्याला आवडत.
Look at the patience, the team play, the trust, and now with the information, Rops can punish. FaZe Clan making a one-round game.
That was a brawl on yard right there. Those AMAP smokes came in to help them wrap. Couple of really nice shots there from Rain to help enable that, and if he can get on form and get into tussle against Donk, well, the age discrepancy is one thing, but in terms of
मी पण ओपेरा GX's वापरतो
the pedigree that Rain can
आणि
deliver on
क्रोम
this very map,
क्रोम कसं युनिव्हर्सल आहे ना सगळ्यांना.
He's going to have a tough day at the office. One round gap now, money's still there. Spirit can buy once more, but they will be broken if they drop this.
Brokey taking the AWP towards the silo, usual.
Quick on the pacing.
Wow, straight across, no smoke. Ooh, did Donk catch a whiff?
Yeah, mouth moving.
ये स्मोक लागला तरी तो डॅमेज झाला भाई.
Overreacted this drop and slid down the fence. Does have a smoke to block.
मी एकदा नाही फ्लॅश बँगनी मारलेला एकाला एक HP होता तो फ्लॅश लागला मेला तो.
Frozen. Rain. Slip off.
Yeah, would have heard that, so knows that 2 players are down secret. So piecing together
ही
the
एक नंबर
information
स्किन
now,
मला
RT
जाम
Spirit.
आवडते CS2
Used to
CS
work
मध्ये.
with for FaZe. Still got a couple of smokes, flashes. Molly's in the mix. Brokey with the bomb posted silo. He's been there all round long. So hoping for some form of a reaggress. But right now, Spirit, they have the information. The AWP that's been over to ramp, and he hasn't swept back. It's Zontix the one to deal with heaven/hell. Change of plans for FaZe. 50 seconds. Feels like they have ample time to work with.
Putting a lot of faith in Rob Solo on lobby hold. Chopper is starting to ask questions of that secret stairs. Chiro has rotated down as well. This would be death sentence for Frozen.
Frozen,
peeking into the
Frozen.
drive.
Ah.
Could be good, and Robs is the one to go first. Draws first blood onto Donk. Magic's an important trade. Carrigan starts to search.
Hey, हे ठेवलेत बघ ते.
Whatsoever, backwards turn. Chopper again. Finding the double kill, could be more. Brokey forced into just the pistol, has his AWP as well to work with. 2 versus 2 trying to find Chopper. Brokey gonna clear him out, does have to plant the bomb in 14 seconds. Rain has to cover. It's planted open. Rain has to hit this shot.
अरे भाई.
Time after time on
काय
this map,
timing
Shiro
यार.
thrust
Nice,
into the
nice,
clutch. Known for his clutches, known for his AWP prowess. Eye pressed to the scope and
Shiro.
Sandieri does some of the work for him.
Shiro fan or what? Simple आहे, device आहे भाई. Shiro chop for simple and device stickers.
Not going to give this one over and FaZe battle fourth. It's these two, Brokey and Rain. The impact of the shots that they're having. Brokey getting this one
ए एवढा लांब जातोय तर
4K. The kill on the donk, the
Pawn
pick
ला?
up AK. Then the impact that followed, and now Rain's hitting some instrumental shots while they
अजून
are
जात आहे
just
तो.
sprawling. They're like weeds over towards yard. They're everywhere. Spirit don't know what to expect.
जामच लेट
Now
आहे
we're
रे
tied up
असं
4-4. So FaZe
स्ट्रीम
after
लेट
a
असणार भाई. मी
pistol,
बघतोय
and then the
स्ट्रीम
deagle
थोडीशी
with donk
लेटच आहे.
तू
happens. You feel
तुझ्या
like,
ह्याच्यात मॅच संपली
you might be
Oh.
getting that repeat of Canavits
काय
at
होतं
once
चालू
more,
आहे
the
आता
donk domination.
रिप्ले दाखवतोय.
Ticket to the donk
काय
show.
काय
They
कुठली
have been
गण आहे
able to
सांग
turn
आता
their fate
AK.
around. Important
रेन
cover there from Rain.
रेन आता बदलला आता
And now
आलं.
is that save Shiro AWP? The ability to get some rifles dropped across, so not too down in the dumps. That lost burn is building at the perfect moment to help them out. They even get 2,900 into the next. ALIBAG with the second timeout within this half, so really not liking how this one slipped away. And when you remember how they got here, it's tough. This is where the experience versus the inexperience can start to creep in. Know that FaZe Clan are favorites here in Shanghai, favorites in China. CAC last year they lift the trophy. Chengdu this year they lift the trophy. Now Shanghai.
Practically
Let's
home
go
soil
play
for them,
FaZe
they're home away
Cano.
from home. And they do it when it matters most. They certainly have so far.
This is what it felt rough for Spirit yesterday, where their
वही
buys
मौली येते मला.
it wasn't perfect. 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, and AWP. Momentum has shifted. 3 in a row now for FaZe. Can they make it 4?
हा फ्लॅश पण येतो.
Spirit made it work with just a Desert Eagle and USPs. I'm sure they can make it work with this diverse cast of weaponry.
आता बघ स्मोक टाकल बघ आउटसाइड ला
Smoke's being
जायला.
sent out by Carrigan.
You know the orb's in play. You know that Shiro saved that.
तिसरा पण टाकला. आता क्रॉस करतील बघ.
Not connect. Donk tasked with maintaining some degree of
थोडा
presence.
डिले केला रे ते.
Position, no HE available from him. Starts to crouch
हा
across.
काय कळलं नाही मला.
Mission complete. Rain occupies.
अरे यार डॉंक man डॉंक.
Does them dirty on the yard. 2 down for FaZe Clan. The whole objective was to set those 2 up, and now Donk has changed their plans.
Very tough situation. And FaZe have their own financial woes to worry about. Only 1,400 loss bonus into the next. Looks like they're going to give this one a crack still. Searching out Squeaky is Rops. He needs to find an incision.
Such a powerful position with Magix as well. Donk positioned at the back of the site. They've hedged their bets correctly. There should be nothing here for FaZe. Spirit set up by the Donk double. Magix will put the cherry on top, finish this one up clean.
No.
Just Rops to go. It is a Spirit round, a clean one at that.
Yeah, beautiful work there. A massive round, and Donk just catching Rain on that slip. The second one on the Brokey was the thing of beauty. Sorting out any of that yard progression that FaZe were looking for.
कडक भेटले ते पी.
And they have humbled those finances, so they get the upgrades away from the MP9s. The AKs sprawling within those hands now. Just catching a little look there onto Brokey, trying to cross it. The fade of the smoke and that topside defense.
Magix ने मार ले रे नंतर. साइड से दोन्ही.
मॅजिक्सच मारते साइड मधले तिथले. तो कायम तिथंच खेळतोय.
तुला तिथं खेळायचं इव्हिल तू कधी खेळायला गेलास तर ए साइड कळलं.
Rops match Donk's output with his dig in this one.
Looking for
ही पोझिशन पक्की करून टाक तू ए साइड ला.
That's going to be more than fantastic. 4's already pretty good. 5. I think that's going to be the line that they will be wanting to reach.
ही रॅम खेळतो आणि याला कुठेतरी ठेवू.
अरे तिथं खेळायला कव्हर पाहिजे भाई, जसं 2-1 वरून
तेच बोलतो
आणि आउटसाइड खेळायला पाहिजे तेव्हा ते
स्वरूपला ठेव मिनीला. स्वरूप बघ आउटसाइड आणि बेबी मेन ए मेन सॉरी. बोचा दुखायला लागला रे बसून बसून.
मास नाही ना जास्त म्हणून.
Taking their time with this one phase.
चढवायचा सीजा आपण मास.
Right on in certain areas. We'll try and bait out all this protocol utility part of the block, holding them at the door. But here they come, starting to search.
Some great restraint on this incentive.
आता मग चाचा सारखे इंजेक्शन मारत जा प्रोटीन शेक. हो चाल.
Kind of giving them what they want there a little bit is Donk, but they have to go at some point. Phase 35 seconds.
Zontics get this
easy
bomb delivered, and just 20 seconds to die for Rob. See if he can take anyone with him. Aaron misses out that headshot. Doc shows he can use it with just the pistol. Takes the free upgrade, takes the round.
This is going to be a tough buy round still. Frozen has 3.3, Rain has 3.9. They are going to buy, so they're going to go for Galils in lieu of those AK-47s where necessary. Util is going to be the bigger issue. So what is Carrigan be able to call without the full belts on all of his players? Now Frozen, as we mentioned, second major final for him. Can't wait to see him get activated. Currently 1-9. Rops has been that, well, revelation late. He's back in that superstar form. It felt like he forgot who he was for a moment there.
That's a big head-to-head to win.
Removed.
And now it's up to Zontics. Gets shut down. Zero close quarters.
शिरोचा एकच प्रॉब्लेम आहे रे. एक किल घेतला ना, दुसरा किल त्याला रिपोजिशन आणि फास्ट क्विक स्कोप नाव.
Chopper baits. Pulls his legs away. Lives to tell the tale, but still Brokey is having to get down that towards the B side. Oh, down he goes to Donk. That's an overstep.
Easy kill दिला रे डॉंकला.
A whole lot more realistic. Rain and Robs tasked with closing this one out. This is a must-win for FaZe. Brokey watching, biting through his fingernails.
Look at job utalli astis ka nahi.
Can he count on Robs and Rain? Chopper maneuvers forward.
आपला एकीने एवढा वन टॅप नाही लागत रे हेडवर असला तरी पण. यांचा आहे बघ लॅन वर वेगळा असतो आणि ऑनलाईन वेगळा असतो भाई. लेटन्सीच्या गोष्टी करतोय मी.
As soon as that fight goes down, Zontic swings in towards radio room. They know that that has
what
to be
you
the
see,
AWP.
what you get.
Doing a good job to be able to swarm.
LAN वर
Shiro, make
असतो.
sure only one frag.
आपण खेळतो त्याच्यावर वेंडी चित्त्यागिरी आहे ती.
That's what's disgusting. Robs has been a bit more aggressive. That one coming just on the top of the smoke there. So really good work.
आपल्याला ऍडव्हान्टेज काय माहितीये, आपल्याला 10च्या आत पिंग येते. तो ऍडव्हान्टेज आहे.
Door swings open, bullet in the back of the head.
एवढी पिंग घाणेरडी ना तेवढं गेम प्ले घाणेरडा होतो आपला.
Both teams with buys.
Brokey's been instrumental for them this half.
I think they've fluffed the smoke wall here.
Carrigan line, he's going to try and take that fight.
Oh!
Carrigan versus Donk. And the veteran reigns supreme, but in the meantime, Spirit sees the lead. Chopper onto Robs.
ट्विस्ट गिरी करायला गेलेला.
Charging, stampeding towards this B bomb site. Chopper looking to brave the vent. Zontic tends to it from ramp. Pressure on. Zontic's forced away by the flames. Chopper trying to disrupt. No one's covering. No one's looking. And Chopper can't finish. Zontic's done. What is going on? Magic secures it. It is a 7-5 half.
All right. Looks like we got a competitive game of Counter-Strike on the cards.
आलो मी वॉशरूमला जाऊन.
That had a very unique flavor throughout. You win the pistol, second round goes Spirit's way. Are FaZe happy with fire upon review?
No, for sure. I think obviously losing that second round to the Deagle or Donk and then them going on the spread, that was the issue, but they wanted one of their own bank, right? Donk rounds are going to happen. You need to be able to shrug them off. Brokey's the one that made the statement piece of that first half that FaZe can be proud of. The Tech-9 on his rotation down the vent, that opens it up and it starts putting rounds on the board. So 5, if we're looking at the T side of Nuke, that's more than enough for FaZe to be able to work with. Now this is where Rain gets to put on his masterclass towards outside. You're going to have Rops over towards ramp. Brokey is the rotating player on that AWP. Then you're going to have Frozen and Carrigan to lock down the top side.
And they won against G2 yesterday. They lost against Vitality, but Rops was still playing extremely well. Looking at Spirit, they're on a 3-map losing streak on this very map. So looking to break it, to put themselves 1 up on the series on FaZe's choice and move into Ancient, where they looked absolutely dirty against Mouse. Buys are in, smoking a flash for Chopper, a P250 in the hands of Donk. And not Shiro. We've seen Shiro do some nasty, nasty things with that at this major cycle. Dual Berettas for Frozen and Brokey. Karrigan will get into a flash after those pistols have been piped into their hands. And searching straight away, Brokey taking some liberties.
Getting early answers on a pistol can be the recipe for success. Flash to search, Rain dips back. Karrigan is going to spot that cross secret. Could be his demise. Gets, oh, well, just a glimmer, just a glimpse. Magic pre-aiming this, falls away though, Frozen timing doesn't favor him. Good fight back, Rain goes down, falls. The hands of Dom. Brokey's dual Berettas using to activate, tries to isolate Shiro, his next challenge. Can't he whittle him down? He does, spam it away. But from behind, Zontix, are they getting ready for this? It looks like they are. Brokey bests him. And now Donk thrust into the clutch. What's he got? Gets past. You made cuts noise. Do you dare follow me? Question Donk asks, fakes the steps away, trying to play these wicked games on the biggest of stages.
There's so much time, they're going to wait for him to go for this plant or fake plant. Bomb going down now. The chase is on.
Yeah, trying to play together. Play for trade, but you can't trade that! Instant one tap to the head of Brokey. Robs versus Donk. Has he got it in him? Can Robs deliver? You can't stop the Donk! Time after time! Disbelief.
Oh, the
Pistol
monster
round
with
पण
the
काढला.
aim. This kid is something to be feared.
1v2 मारला हो, 1v2.
Witness to be believed. Opening rounds and now closing them too. Shanghai chanting his name, 17 years of age in pursuit of making history. Today, if Spirit lift that trophy, it'll be the first for the organization. And Donk, well, he very well could be the youngest MVP in major history and the youngest winner of a major.
झाला पाहिजे कारण माहिती का जाम रेकॉर्ड तोडले.
FaZe are forced. They don't have a deagle. Going to be replicating how things had gone down.
Pros are trying to play for that info on the cross. They are on that cross. Magic with the bomb on his back and full yard space.
Suffocate heaven and hell, and it's just frozen up ladder who can't really stay up there.
This is a valuable asset though. Robs
Sure.
and Karrigan cool lobby clear.
Yeah, but right now, as far as the finish is concerned, topside can still be overrun.
Yeah, for sure.
There's U2 on Magics. He can use a smoke towards Heart or the Squeaky Door.
There's
The
potency to
flashes.
this though. 5-7 and MP9. Nonsix is coming back for this lobby fight. What's Rob's got? Shadow advantage is one thing, and the headshot's another. And this is that combo. Brokey, what can you get done? It's one from Brokey, nothing from Frozen. The site collapses, and Rob's whereabouts known. And Galil finds him just up the ladder. Rain gets one, but it's all good in the Spirit hood. Get past that force spike. Things are ticking along nicely for Spirit to start strong on FaZe's pick.
Yeah, just having a real tough time as Frozen still 2 and 13. He needs to find that second piece of that kill. Brokey gets the first, then he goes down. Frozen, they know he's there because he started shooting, but these are where you need the individuals to step up in rounds like this. I know we're sitting there and criticizing he doesn't get that kill, but they are the difference makers. It's a force buy. You can see why coming up ladder with rifles is so effective. You know, sure, they had the lobby space, but that's not where the real hit is coming from whatsoever. The rifles get to take the fights at range, and oh, this is a classic. This is an absolute classic right now. Dropping an M4 for Rain.
Whoosh, whoosh. Oh, he's ready for Donk. Beautiful dispatch. The greatest threat. Eyes on Robs. And on him too. That was a very quick reaction. Magic's having one hell of a start to this grand final. That was his 21st frag.
Wow.
Audible on the ladder.
Say that again. 21.
Six shots down Rain. That was their best gun. The M4 goes down empty-handed.
Yeah, disjointed. There was nobody there to take that rifle if he goes down. Nobody to try and get that information for him. So FaZe. Cohesion lacking in this hero rifle. This is Frozen's chance to do something.
Oh, look at the awareness. Sontix crouches into the angle, finds the headshot insta. despite removing Donk, this one sails through once more, and it's because we know the supporting cast of Spirit are most definitely present. We touched on Magic's, his output's crazy, his KD is crazy, 21 and 6. You got Donk, sure, but it's also Chopper, 2 valuable multi-kill rounds. And for FaZe, it's just hang around, talk it out. See if more classic FaZe resilience is available into this CT half.
This is going to be very tough to bring back, right? We just had that hero M4 drop from Brokey given over to Rain. They get a kill with it, fine. That's why Karrigan's holding on to this Mac 10. He's likely the one to take the sacrifice into the next, so he'll give a rifle over to Brokey, something to work with, unless they're given another gun. And that's only if someone wants to pipe their head up the ladder. Brokey trying something, not going to find anything, and Karrigan, you really need to hold on to this.
Unable to do so. Sure, a little bit of damage financially speaking with them going down to the bomb, sure. Is Brokey going to maybe operate with a scout instead so he can still fulfill his duties as a rotator, but it's not going to be easy for him. It looks like he has been set up with a rifle, so Karrigan is going to be operating with just an MP9. The leader taking the sacrifice for his team, but Spirit, off the back of that pistol victory, 2 follow-ups. Right now they are set to close down map number 1 and take us to Ancient, just 1 map away.
बोलले पण हो 1 map away. अजून मॅच 10-5लाच आहे आणि समोर फेज आहे भाई.
Has to be now. Rain getting pressured from every angle. Chopper has slipped past. He's got him completely dead to right. Doesn't finish him off. Covered now by Brokey. Rain and Brokey do succeed in starting as they need to go on this yard fight. Magic's limping. Donk across. Karrigan burrowed deep into this corner. Zontix has been so good on his clears. Will he do it once more? No, Karrigan stays active. Shuts it down. Only Donk remains.
No rifle, no problem for Karrigan. Massive double kill. Uses that crowd surge to expect something on his way. Peeks first, gets the multi, and just leaves Donk in a 1v5 situation. This is the first brick in a wall for a long way back for FaZe. The blue wall, the CT side that they're going to have to muster to try and just tie things up. And how much damage can Donk do? 50 seconds for him to work with. Now his position noted.
Crowd chasing.
FaZe Clan clearly not trying to play scared.
crowd चे scene नहीं काय फरक पडतो.
आवाजाने समजतो भाई जाम फरक पडतो.
Cutting the clock further, every engagement he loses health. 5 and down.
Karriganला समजलं ना ते तिकडे येतात player.
With 5 alive as well.
काय पण त्याला आता ना त्याने मारल्यावर crowd हे झाला.
Frozen, a confident one. I know that he was in a 1v5 situation there, but still just braving it. You know, with how the aim's been going for him, could be wondering, not really wanting to take that type of engagement. Still, it's a very little sign, but hopefully one of things to come. Fortunately, right, they're covered off by Brokey because Chopper had space. Rain had no idea about it. So Brokey was the savior of that situation. But a spotless round for FaZe, and it's necessary that it was in that fashion. It helps them with the residual cash, and also feels like it's applied some pressure to Team Spirit. Hallie will take his 3rd and final tactical timeout. It'll be up to Neo, or if we make it to overtime, for him to be able to call another one of those. So what adjustment are they looking for? Or what conversation are they having about the force, as you can see on screen right now, that's taken shape? Sure, there's AKs, there's pistols for Shiro and Zontix to work with, and there's more than enough smoke to try and force these rotations. Rain taking a moment to take it in. A familiar field of play for FaZe.
Quite the opposite for Team Spirit.
And it really just felt like the final hope and a prayer. Neo, I think he called this
कुठला तो
team
चष्मा वाला है तो रेन है.
come into this level of competition.
हाँ रेन तो Karrigan गाड़ा है तो Karrigan है ना गाड़ा है तो.
They always turn it on when they get to the stage games, and they have delivered. Right now in the grand final, they lost to Na'Vi in Copenhagen. Going to lose to Spirit in Shanghai.
Long ने रेन ला उड़ोला.
Opens up onto Rain. Gives the AK to a healthier member. Job done, mission accomplished. Rain no longer a threat. Karrigan could be. He spams the smoke, does not connect with Chopper, but it's only Chopper.
What's the response to being a man down? Rops is going to get help of Brokey. Maybe the two of them want to try and take some space on ramp. There will be questions that have to be asked and answered for FaZe shortly. They know they've lost this yard control.
हे करतात काय माहिती आहे ऑफ ते 20 HP ला देतात आणि AK फुल HP ला देतात.
Partners up with Brokey. Donk confirms presence, and on the swing, Rops is up one. He can't get another. Another big one from Magic. Opens up ramp. Karrigan caught sneaking down the vent. Chopper
कडकच आहे रे.
His descent of the secret stairs pays dividends, and it is only Frozen.
Full counter करते हैं.
Quiet start on Nuke for him.
Again, I think it's a positive sign that FaZe kept everybody alive last round, even though they've gone down and lost the lion's share, and then maybe they even lose Frozen here as well. They still can buy with the loss bonus into the next. So it's not hopeless just yet, but Spirit are looking extremely strong right now, and that was Donk getting an opening towards Yard that essentially determined the round. He goes down on ramp. I think Karrigan thinks, okay, that's their Yard player. Maybe no one slipped down secret. I'm going to try this rotation because we're desperate. Chopper lying in wait. Knockout blow. Round done. 11 locked for Team Spirit.
I love the point Yanko made as well on the desk regarding Donk, is that he's also going for those openings. He is the aggressive rifler as well. So to be having stats like he does while going for these kind of what most would consider 50-50 duels, trying to be that space maker. Success after success around we can attribute to that opening. Converted upon by his team.
We think about the two big impact rounds that he's had in this game so far, and there's probably a few more, but it's the pistol round in the second half is a clutch. That's fantastic. That set them up for this string of rounds where right now they are 4 out of the last 5, or 4 out of the 5 rounds played in the second half is probably a better way to frame it. And then the Deagle round in the second of play, where he kept Kevlar, he gets them 3 kills, and then they go on a spree of 4. So you can see what he's helped enable. Magix has been able to mop up the mess in certain situations. He's been great over towards that top site on the CT half. So between the two of them, they are taking care of business, and now FaZe are under pressure, taking their time out.
First defensive AWP out of Brokey. If he can ply his trade. Been great to see his resurgence alongside that of Robs, of course. Robs with some crazy statistics in these playoffs. Brokey's AWP also an integral component for this FaZe clan machine.
Well, both these teams have had up and down years. Both have had their highs. FaZe starting as one of the best teams in the world. That Katowice victory propelled Spirit into the tippy top of the Counter-Strike conversation.
Donk just immediately starting to ask questions at round. Now, he's likely not going to be walking through Robs' smoke, so a pivot. Yard, Brokey stays vigilant. Robs is starting to descend and head towards those stairs.
Another question was if Rob's going to be able to keep up that mammoth form. So far, he hasn't been able to find himself activated within this game. Not too late just yet to do so. Brokey smokes out U2 flying through the sky.
Spam with an 4, shot of a 4. Do you overlook that potential on secret? Donk does not. Throws out the Molotov.
या bedroom मध्ये बनवतो.
Constantly keeping FaZe clan guessing. Zontix searching the chopper with a Molotov, but ahead of it is Zontix. Smoke the block. Frozen falls away with a scrap of HP to remain. 50 seconds to find the finish. Man advantage FaZe.
ब्रोकीने इथे एक तरी मारला पाहिजे तरच आहे राउंडमध्ये.
Chopper trying to call this one on the fly now. Plan's been scrapped. Heading back towards Yard this late. Robs is clearing it. He might get a face full of lead.
Robsचे 2 kill पाहिजे होता.
30 seconds. His position hinges on taking an early engagement. Down goes Donk. Shiro will trade 20 seconds. Spirit forced to improvise. Into the low HP of Frozen. He's in a lot of trouble here. Can he get anything done? Tucked into the CT vent. First contact from Rain. Jiggles to confirm. Frozen hoping to be overlooked, and he does get it. Takes down Shiro. Magix remains. No time for him to work his magic. Dips away as FaZe sees a 7th.
Oh, that was still very touch and go for FaZe there. You can see Rob screaming. In terms of information, he probably only saw one more player in that situation. There was a lot of utility being thrown towards top as the fake. Frozen didn't know if players were about to come out hard or squeaky door. He was caught in this no man's land transitioning towards the vent. So again, admirable effort from FaZe. They get their 7th short. Magic saves the AK, and I think that's immediately just been dropped to Donk. He'll be able to buy one of his own. Remember, Hallie's already called all of their timeouts, so this is where Chopper and the rest of the team have to piece together how they're going to approach the tail end of this game. Just 2 more rounds to secure the map. So you give over one like this with where the loss bonus is at, FaZe can start to build back in.
This is pacing.
Lineup साठी सोपा असतो lineup खराब. हे CS:GO पासून सवय आहे. आता काय टेन्शन नाही त्यावर.
Down to low HP. Drops to try and shoot between his legs. Shiro and Robs in a 1v1. Shiro. Beautiful from Shiro. The one round he gets the AWP. He's on top of the hut. The Tech Knights are swarming. He's so committed. And it is going to be forcing that final timeout out of FaZe.
That just tells you they were not expecting that type of pace out of Spirit towards A. You are not playing on top hard with the AWP if you're expecting a rush. Brokey being made to look silly. Doc finding Frozen. Carrigan gets the double, sure, cops that goosh, and then coming in to try and save the day in the 1v1. Rops needed this, but Shiro comes up clutch yet again, and that's what he joined this team for, to deliver the closing blow.
Shiro hype झाला.
Love to see the emotions on Shiro, heart on his
Shiroला
sleeve.
बोलू पुढल्या वर्षी दाढी वाढव.
Tears shed as he secured this grand final. Could be more in a couple of maps' time.
I feel that's got to be it. With how rattled you'd be from FaZe for losing that round, and then you see what they bring together as the BHAI.
That headshot onto Carrigan, he still gets one. On top of that, after that, comes down to the 1v1. Shiro prevails. Rob's going to be kicking himself. Is there anything left to this nuke? Rookie with the biggest gun, robs a rifle as well.
Down fast
Donk stretching his legs on yard.
Gonna play through this.
Fast नाही बोलत त्याला.
Just waiting for the Desert Eagle versus the
तुला
Donk
जो
AK. That gap in the
हे
smoke
भेटतो ना
tower
spawn
designed
भेटतो
for
ना
Donk to take these duels. Flash does catch it.
त्याच्यानुसार खेळतात ते
He doesn't
perfect.
Connect.
Bomb down Secret, so looking for a B finish this time round, our Team Spirit. Rotation is already down. It's Frozen with an MP9, nothing to block with.
Oh, he's going to be a dead man. Dips away, does confirm presence. Molotov limits his options. They can go anywhere with this. Roki has brought that up into a perfect angle, but misses his chance. They'll accelerate up.
Wow, Brokey hagla.
GG.
Twice now, Brokey unable to deliver with the AWP. Frozen can. Frozen does. Doesn't
Nice
finish off onto Zontix. Robs just about gets past the line of sight. In the meantime, Rain juking it out with the Deeg. Carrigan to establish a crossfire. It is up to Robs to extend play. 40 seconds, bomb on the back of Shiro.
Robsor high अजून 4v3 आहे. चालेल.
As Rob's got it in him. Oh, and they're not even coming his way. They just park Zontix. Carrigan goes looking for answers. He might be able to get that body shot. Zontix. Oh, so susceptible. Rain has eventually taken down Chopper, puts a rifle into his hands as they try and pivot topside. He's got the flash. He can disrupt this. They're going down the fence. 10 seconds and Robs will once again have a chance. It's Doc versus Robs, and Shiro catches him. Just enough time to plant. Oh,
Carrigan.
Shiro in the clutch. He can close it. Rain stands and delivers.
Nice.
Will be seen. So much up for debate in that one.
That's a high-octane round right there. Spirit trying to get their way out of that B site, but end up finishing
काय
there
dig मारला रे
regardless.
Carrigan ने.
So not having a good picture of how FaZe were set up.
Crazy
Some
round.
real shaky moments there, but it's the vets who are able to come up big with a couple of key kills on the digs. And just holding on by their fingertips. It's a 4-round game now, but FaZe, this was tough. Rain, he alleviates a lot of pressure there. Robs with a fortunate timing. Information flows. They're skedaddling between both sides. That's a huge shot from Rain. And they're just holding on. It can be another one of these cobbled together force buys for Spirit, which they found success with. So you can easily see them getting this one done. Tech9.
V1 OT.
Galil and an AK for Donk again. Magic's having a great game, 25 and 9. Donk 17 and 13. FaZe can't slip up again. They've been given another way back into this game.
Zontix ला carry नहीं. Oh. GG. GG. Next match.
Rain
Next.
delivers. Pushing out, Donk goes searching. Rain on the edge of that smoke, but they're coming from every angle. Donk goes behind Rock. Oh, the one as well. It's up to
1v1
FaZe dips away for the reload. It's up to Chopper.
भाई पिस्टल नहीं मारला त्याला.
काय रेन भाई. पिस्तूल ने मेलास. Spirit भाई spirits. क्या बात है. भाई कास्टर ने आधीच प्रेडिक्ट केलेलं भाई. 10-5च्या टाइमला. कास्टर कर्स लागला. फेजला.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
आता किती टाइम अस्मित मॅच चालू होईल?
5-10
काय रे?
मिनिटात होईल. 5-10 मिनिटात होईल. का रे?
विचारतो.
तिसरा
तशी
मॅप
झोप
नाही
काढायला.
जायला पाहिजे. नाही झोप नको काढू. त्यापेक्षा एक दोन DM खेळ. अरे यार. कोपनहेगन आहेत रे. कोपनहेगन. आहे काय बजेट मध्ये? भारी आहे. स्पिरिट नाही ना? स्पिरिट याच्यात दोन्ही आहेत. स्पिरिट पण आहे आणि रोप्स पण आहे भाई. $39 ला आहे. परचेस. प्राइस वाढत असेल आता.
चालली
काय? गोल्ड आहे 964117. It's not bad.
Were like he was never blind. All the utility that was flying in his face, all of it coming at him, it didn't even feel like it perturbed him in the slightest. And so, yeah, that's just like the best day ever if you're an anchor. You just feel like you're never going to get slowed down. You're never really messed up in terms of your vision. And for my money, I mean, FaZe, they probably were just shocked by how
he did farm some anti-equals, but this round that you see was a gun round, and FaZe used the exact same smoke combination that we talked about in the pregame, right? And this time, Rain was just alone outside. They were faking. They were hoping to catch Spirit off guard. That's why they just sort of popped A with one flash and one volley. But Magus was just on point, really. This game was able to shut it down. It was like FaZe did a good job coming back in the first half, despite a slow start. But the problem is just all these key rounds, like, it was the Spirit players who would step up and deliver in the clutch. I mean, you saw the Donk 1v2. Honestly, the eco that they won with his 3 kills from the Deagle, that ruined pretty much the entire game for FaZe. Why? Because Spirit is up 4-1. FaZe wins 3 gun rounds in a row without even only one time Shiro saved an op. And still Spirit has money to buy. Like, that's how much economy they had thanks to winning that one eco. It's unreasonable. FaZe should have gotten, you know, an anti-eco in there. Well, I say that they already lost the eco in the second half. So it's like they had opportunities just in the key rounds. They couldn't get it done.
Especially when you're talking about MR12 and the margin for error is so close. Yeah, like you said, they win the pistol round, they lose to that Deagle, ridiculous Deagle from Donk, and then even the pistol round, the second half pistol round, if FaZe are able to win that, convert the following rounds, there is a chance of them to bring it close. What does Donk do? A clutch, P250, insta one tap, and plays it to perfection. I mean, Robson didn't have a chance to pop off a single shot, so unlucky for FaZe, but you need to win rounds like that.
Yeah, and you can see from the scoreboard, I mean, Rain did his level best to try and drag them through, but ultimately this was just a very good performance from Team Spirit on an individual basis, and everything FaZe tried, they just interrupted. They just disrupted the flow, and he was the architect of lots of it.
3 triple kills in it's consecutively is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I mean,
they just disrupted the flow, and he was the architect of lots of it.
They try to go at this guy. They were trying to target that A-bomb site. So many of their late hits were just out hut, outdoor, and Magix was he was a phenom in that kind of position.
And on T side as well, a couple of entries, a couple of important trades as well for him. You can see in that anti-eco for Spirit in the second half, that was looking a bit shaky, right? Looked like FaZe might steal one back, and then Magic stepped up with a big 3K. So yeah, absolutely delivered for Spirit in this one.
It's just a ridiculous pop-off for him, a comeback story almost, because, I mean, we were talking about it. Like, you even said he's going to get cut if they don't win this major.
I think he heard me.
And I mean, he's been on this roster for 5 years. I haven't seen anything like that for the last 2 years.
No, freakish performance.
Kerrigan must be like, it was better last time on Inferno. Now I'm dealing with a live game from Magix. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, give him a break. Frozen could also be helping out his IGL right now. Got to feel a little bit sorry for him. Obviously brought into this FaZe lineup to kind of fill that void and be a star rifler. Didn't really get going in this one.
I mean, it was an absolutely, terrible performance from Frozen, unfortunately, and he wasn't the only one. It feels like some of the rounds we saw from Robs didn't come through this time in terms of the clutch. But I mean, when you put it this way, on the teaser, you get 1 kill in the pistol round, and that's pretty much it until the final round. I mean, in 10 rounds, 0 impact, 0 kills from Frozen, just in the grand final of a major. You have to do better than that.
Yeah. That's definitely what they're missing without Twist beside them. I mean, Frozen, he's a great player, but unfortunately on this kind of stage, showing the worst side of himself overall from the tournament. And the thing is, they just need him to do better. On Ancient especially, if they're going to be going to that map, we need to see Frozen bounce back into this one. But unfortunately, it seems like as the tournaments progress, he's gotten worse and worse and worse on that map. He did well against Wildcard, but he didn't do that well against G2.
And it's crazy because he's been the only consistent piece of this FaZe clan when it comes to the fragging output, right? We've been talking about Robs, we've been complaining about Brokey just completely disappearing. Rain here and there, popping up a bit, but Frozen has been that one pillar keeping them afloat, so to speak. And for him to disappear like this is yikes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the pressure and the caliber of opponent, it gets more and more difficult as you progress. It's real lonely up there on that stage in a final if you're not able to get your frags. So hopefully he'll be able to turn it around. Meanwhile, as I said, Spirit, it's pretty much what we expected. We might not have expected them to win the map, but in terms of everybody else outside of the Magic's anomaly, Donk was doing Donk things again and looking good value for that MVP.
Once again, just showing how transcendent of a player he really is. The fights outside against Rain were pretty consistently in his favor. Rain got the better of him a couple of times, but even more so than the rifling in this game, the pistoling. Like P250 kills, USP kills, Deagle kills. Like, you put any weapon in his hand that really isn't a scout, and this guy's one of the best in the world. Sure, he's obviously known for his rifling prowess, but his accuracy on the pistols, his first bullet, is unbelievable.
Yeah, his aim is just incredible, and you can see here it was his multi-kill that sort of put an end on that streak of FaZe rounds. In the second half from the AK, it's just every time Spirit was about to get broken, sort of, and FaZe was going to take momentum of the game, someone would step up. This kill, for example, this is a key round in the second half, finds the entry on Rain, really Spirit wins that round.
Final.
It's crazy to say that this is a quiet game for Dom.
Final, dude.
If you actually look at what he's been doing so far, just winning his very 4 pivotal rounds. That second round with the Deagle comes to mind. The second half pistol
get
comes to
souvenir
mind. And of course, as you pointed out, the
souvenir package
moments here and there. He didn't have to do too much because of the way Magic's Chopper was calling as well. But again, impact being
पण रेड लागायची चान्स एक इन
obviously we want to break
4000 मध्ये एक
before we turn our attentions to Ancient. I do believe there was a round you wanted to highlight.
And the open करायला काय घ्यायला नाही लागत.
This is me giving Chopper his flowers, right? Individually, he's been kind of on and
Try
off.
करू काय our luck what the fuck.
It's going to be starting off with a very fast dynamic carry. Don't take it out. Perfect.
शकतोस पण बघ एक्सपेक्टेशन नको
with Chopper. Now, They have no idea
बरोबर
the
ना?
other three phase players are heading down
चल
to the secret
घेतलंच
with
आहे.
the bomb.
कुठला घेतोस?
बघू souvenir
Souvenir मध्ये कुठले मॅप बेस असतो?
He runs through it, smokes it off, takes tanks
अरे हे
down,
घेतोय
knows this is
काय
getting
माहितीये
played
का
in an arena. He built to
मॅप बेस ना
phase,
इथं
what
फक्त
phase
क्वांटिटी
does.
येते
So many
त्याच्यात
teams
टीम
hot
स्पिरिट
with
आणि
your
फेस
back
त्याच्यावर
turn to
क्लिक
him,
केल्यावर
gets
बघ
one
ना
kill.
इथं गेट
That's all he
सुवेनियर
has to do.
कुठे रे?
Broke
मला
just
थांब मी
hands
गेम
down
ओपन
as well.
करतो.
Brilliant
Shanghai
stuff from Chopper.
2024 nuke
definitely did
अरे मी
well.
सांगतो
I
थांब
think
तुला.
nuke
FaZe,
nuke
there was a
souvenir
couple of individuals that didn't
थांब
really
जरा.
meet Spirit,
काय
you
पण
know,
नको
head
करू.
on their map, and so
नाही
now
का क्लास
we
वाटते
are
बे
in a very familiar
अनुबिसचं
situation if you
पॅकेज
followed
घेतलंस.
FaZe
अरे
over the
बघ
course
आता
of this
कुठले
tournament.
मॅप्स आहेत?
They've lost their map
वर्टिगो,
pick, they've lost the
अनुबिस,
opening
डस्ट 2,
map pick,
एन्शियंट,
best of 3 series,
मिराज
and now they're
असे
going
मॅप
in.
आहेत
We
बरोबर?
are in a very familiar situation if you followed FaZe over the
तुला इथे दिसतोय सुविनर पॅकेज त्याच्यावर क्लिक केलंस ना, क्लिक नाही केलंस ना तरी पण आता ओपनिंग स्टेज, इलिमिनेशन स्टेज आणि प्लेऑफ्स.
ए हे काय गेट पास नाव
हा ते कॉइन साठी रे भाई.
अरे अक्षयच आहे भाई.
हो काय नाही उपयोगाचा तो. स्कॅम आहे तो, स्कॅम आहे तो. ऐक हे बघ, तू कुठलेही आता स्पिरिट आणि फेज वर क्लिक केलास ना तर आता जी मॅच झाले ना न्यूकची त्याचा तू सुविनियर घेऊ शकतो. PvP मध्ये गेलास ना तर तुला काय भेटेल? कंट्रोल पॅनल, रिमोट कंट्रोल आणि न्यूकचा का घ्यायचं नाही हे सगळे इन गेम ड्रॉप मध्ये लागतात. कंट्रोल पॅनल आपल्याला भेटू शकते दर बुधवारी, समजलं? कंट्रोल पॅनलची स्किन आपल्याला भेटू शकते, रिमोट कंट्रोल आणि कंट्रोल पॅनल. मग न्यूकचा कधी सुविनियर ओपन नाही करायचा. मग आता G2 आणि फेज मध्ये गेलास ना तर एन्शियंट आणि न्यूक मॅप खेळलेत. मग ते एन्शियंट मध्ये प्रिव्ह्यू जा बघ, कुठली स्किन हवंय. वेलकम टू जंगल आहे, ती पण एवढी खास नाही, ते पण नको ओपन करू. एन्शियंट मिराज भेटते का बघ, स्पिरिट आणि माऊस आहे ना. मिराज कलेक्शन ओपन कर.
ऑप आहे बघ, डेझर्ट हायड्रा.
हा डेझर्ट हायड्रा आहे. आणि व्यू ऑन मार्केट जा, त्याची प्राइस बघ. प्रत्येकाची प्राइस डिपेंड आहे. नाही तू जर मला विचारशील तर मी तुला
नाही विकायलाच नाही.
मी तुला मिराज कॅप्सूल ओपन करायला सांगेन, मिराज किंवा अनुबिस बस. आता कुठला मॅप आहे? अब कौन सा मैप है?
They weren't afraid to play in the face.
Hey,
even though
open
Donk was there, even though they
yeah.
knew Donk was going to be set up and all the utility in the world by Chopper, they were able to contain
Chance
them.
कमी है
And
तो
that's
नहीं
where
will
Mouse completely
बैठने
failed, in my opinion, yesterday
नहीं
against Spirit.
पाहिजे.
So I'm sure
काय काय?
he's expecting Ancient coming on.
नाही
I'm sure
पाहिजे,
he's done his
पैसे नको
homework as well.
बुडवायला.
But that is a caveat.
direct
You
pass
need your
विकत
players
येईल.
to be on
Pass?
point to be able to pull
Pass
off
का
that
विकत
kill.
घेतोस?
And the one thing that we can rely on, even
Pass
if
घेऊन
FaZe
उपयोग नाही आता
don't
तुझा.
get off to a crazy defensive start, we saw their mid-rounding against G2. That was
1250
special.
रे.
The way that FaZe and
1250
Kerrigan was
तो
able
एक
to
ते
maneuver
घेऊ
pieces
शकतो.
in the mid-round,
ते आहे.
recognizing the kind of
त्याच्यात
gaps
जाम
that were
चान्स
opening
आहे
up,
तुला.
or even the opportunities that were closing in a moment's
किती
notice.
time जाईल
It's
अजून
been
यांना?
faster than other teams in the mid-round. It's been more direct, and when you have a leader that's
काय
able
माहिती
to
नाही.
put the pieces together like that, it instills confidence
हे
in
खेळायची आपण?
everybody, even when their backs are against the wall.
You always have faith in FaZe as long
Wingman?
as they win, 3-4
Wingman
rounds
काय
on the CT
competitive
side, that they will be able to bring
Competitive
it
नाही
back on the
जमणार रे.
T side. I'm
एवढी
curious
नाही
to see
होणार.
what the CT side approach will be from Spirit, because yesterday against G2 for FaZe, it was just the A bomb side when it came to gun rounds at different pace or in a different way, but that's where they felt like the weak side was, and exploited that. So the Spirit sort of addressed that first and foremost, or do they think that Kerrigan will switch it up and they just sort of don't worry about that side of the map initially?
It's also the worrying thing for Spirit is a couple of days ago I would have said, yeah, just harass the B bomb side, on the CD side for Spirit, because you have Magic's playing there, you have Chopper playing there, but Magic's having a life game right now, or maybe we don't know, maybe it might just be a life map, but right now the B bomb side, that weakness is seemingly non-existent, at least right now.
The key
Wingman
matchup for
पण
me,
नाही होणार
though,
आता.
when looking at this first half, just
Ugly match.
immediate out the gates, is going to be Donk, Frozen, middle, head-to-head. Want to see if Frozen's going to be able to have any semblance of a bounce back, because if he's going to crumble, just like he did on Nuke, the series is over, and Donk is crowned Rifler and Player of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, on that note, you did a little bit of trolling on Twitter, I noticed it, or X as we're supposed to call it now or whatever, where you were talking about, how the various sites were called in order, and how Carrigan had this varied T-side
Hey,
approach.
झाली match
That
चालू.
was your kind of IGL. You think we're going to see something similar here?
Well, I feel like he spots weaknesses and will just pick at them, but he's going to always make it look like he's going to just switch things up as much as possible. Yanko identified that it was on the gun rounds, of course, that he was going A on those finishers, but on the anti-ecos, anti-half-buys, he is throwing in a lot of B pressure too to make sure that Spirit and Chopper are on their toes. You can't just give them a steady. Spirit are way too good for that.
It's a kind of cool way to disguise and mask what you're actually doing. You just, well, they're not going A all the time. Yeah, but in all the rounds that matter, sort of, they are. And sometimes using different smoke combinations on different things in those anti-force buy rounds is a cool way to set something for a gun round later on. And that's what Carrigan does really well. He's conditioning you throughout the half, so then when a key round comes late into the half, he breaks out, a switcheroo, he throws in a fake or even a double fake like we saw in the G2 game. So it's always sort of pre-planned and layered when it comes to FaZe's T-side.
I think it's going to be extremely interesting, even for Chopper's T-side as well. They had a predilection of heading towards that A bomb site time and time again. They said in an interview as well, that's because we know that's where Heroic struggled a little bit more. They were attacking it as well. So if you're FaZe, you're wondering, okay, now what do they have? What has Chopper cooked up for our defense, so to speak? They were 100% have been going through what FaZe did yesterday against G2.
Yeah. So, I mean, you've highlighted the mid battle. Are there any other key parts of the map here that FaZe are going to have to work at if they want to take this to the third?
Rain towards Cave, the T side especially, he's going to be the one who's going to try and find an opening, try and take on Chopper in Cave, fight for the Cave control, and if he's able to get that, that's a massive avenue for FaZe to just crack the defense.
2-0
that does seem completely possible, given the fact that Rain was probably the most competent player overall in map one there, and he is a guy that Carrigan has been able to rely on in the past for important parts of map control. So all in all,
Harli पाहिजे भाई FaZe
falls behind in some ways, Rain can pick up the slack.
I just wonder, if people or FaZe is going to take a little bit more of the Navi approach when it comes to playing CT side on Ancient, where, Bit is the A player, but it's more so it's Wonderful who's the A player. Like, you open mid, see if they're doing something, then the op goes back to Temple, because that's the sort of powerful position against any of these A executes. That's where you get the free kill most of the time, right? Then you can fall back. That and another thing that Navi does really well, it's just fast retakes on A. If you have to push through those smokes early, try to deny them the plant, try to disrupt them before they get into position, because those retakes can get really tricky if you let the T's settle.
And we talk about FaZe and how they enjoy chaos, right? A lot of teams try to emulate it. A lot of teams try to go for the preemptive retake on the A bomb site. But how many times have you seen them just running in one by one? There's no coordination. They're not really talking to each other. And it gets messy, and eventually that retake kind of falls apart before it even begins. I think FaZe, they can thrive in that chaos. They're the team who's going to enjoy dragging them down into the mud and taking that brawl.
And that's where also, of course, Brokey, a guy we haven't mentioned, loves to play. He loves
Cameraची
to
quality now and then
in the mid-late round. Even though not necessarily at the beginning of the round is he an aggressive player, it's really when they need a can opener. This guy is better than anybody. He's so willing to put his life on the line. Flashbacks of people like JW or Simple, just what he wants to do, just balls to the wall, high-octane gameplay. It's why FaZe Clan, even in a losing effort, sometimes still have a great highlight reel to look back and laugh at.
It is the year of the Dragon, Rich, but I do feel like Fight Clan has one more in them, right? It has been like that all tournament long, really, especially so in the playoffs, and I don't think you could ever discount them.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they're going to do it, they're going to have to do it in the same way that they got here. It's just not been as clean as you would have liked. But the one thing you can say is you can't count these guys out. They're all there. They're all got their individual levels. The way just this brute force of team spirit that they've just got so much explosive potential that if you let it get out of hand, you might not find a way.
माहितच नसेल CS2 काय आहे.
Screw it, we want to beat
PS
Vitality.
काय माहिती आहे रे पण असं in general विचार
And listen, Rich, they just got battered on map one, their map pick. Winning it in the second and third would definitely be the greatest run ever.
If they're able to accomplish this and continue to keep making us believers, not only would Carrigan vault himself into that GOAT conversation as an in-game leader, he would just be one of the most romantic players of all time. To keep constantly just making us think that it doesn't matter how old you are as a player, as he is the oldest player at this
99%
major.
players
It doesn't
wireless
matter
mouse use
as long
करतात
as
ना
you
रे?
have that veteran savvy, the qualities of a champion and a captain, the heart of a champion, then you can propel yourself regardless of the odds against you.
And he's had such a long and storied career, and we know he's been going through some stuff personally as well. A heartbreaking loss in Copenhagen, right in a grand final where they seemed poised to win it. Carrigan seemed poised to win it on home soil. Like, does he have it in him to handle another heartbreaking loss, right? Or would this maybe be the final time we see him on a stage like this?
This is the thing that worries me about FaZe. I've just been told as well we got 2 extra minutes here while the players are readying up. You know, we talked a lot about the last dance for G2. There's that kind of sense around this lineup as well. They've been very muted about it, whether or not they're going to continue as a 5-man. You know, you would kind of hope that they're going to, but we saw the rumors coming in. Rain out, Carrigan out. And so, you know, maybe this lineup does get scattered to the 4 corners. I don't know, but it would just be so sad to see Carrigan on stage in the final again, losing.
But the magic's still there, and he's taken so many hits this year, right?
Yeah.
Individually, even as a team as well. But as Rocky Balboa said, it's not how hard you get knocked down, it's about getting back up and fighting that fight, and he's doing that here with his team.
If honestly though, Spirit are able to take this one in 2 maps, it's just going to be such a magnificent run for Donk though. Best rookie year undoubtedly. The fact that Chopper is vindicated as well in his 4th major playoff to finally capture it all, that's the kind of stuff that makes him and leaps him into the conversation for best Eastern European in-game leader.
Well, we're about to find out now. We can get back into the action. Is Spirit going to do it in 2
3,
or will we get
2,
a 3rd?
1, let's go!
A pertinent Chinese proverb to start map 2 of this grand final.
Failure
is the mother of
Maybe night,
success.
maybe high.
We'll find out if FaZe Clan
रात्री
have
मी
their
नसेल,
signature
मी
bounce
जाणार आहे
back,
यात्रेला.
or will Spirit maintain their
यात्रेला भेटू
stoicism
मग.
into second map in their territory?
Still some hope.
आमच्या घरातले पण जाणार आहेत. मामाची
During the RMR, FaZe picked Acer
मामा
versus
लोकांचे
Cloud9, they lost it.
ती
During the
लोक
elimination
कंपनी
stage,
येणार
they
आहे.
picked Inferno versus Fury, they lost it.
सगळेच आहेत.
The playoffs, they picked Nuke versus Vitality, lost it, but they're still here in the grand final. So losing their choice is not the end of the world for FaZe.
भाई का कडक दिला बे.
Roki goes running straight into the block of
Zontix, man.
Zontix. Early first blood drawn on this pistol. Can they rectify? Early block util thrown out, and they will
Rain
respect the
dila.
smoke. Despite that donut smoke being thrown out, CT as well.
Rain can pause
तुझं
and
jump
hold all
उडाय.
that space. If he goes too far, he
कशात
will run into
बघतोस?
Chopper, who's aware of this maneuver.
Please, baby.
Oh, it's a head-to-head, and Rain clean with
भाई.
it.
रेन नहीं दिला काय
Something
रेन
back.
ला दिला बोलते
And now
Rain नहीं
outbid.
दिला
Spirit
आधी,
trying to take some
भाई.
space. If they jump up, they can beat Rain.
This is the head-to-head for Rain, a second fight, and actually getting straight into K. Magix with the drive-by. Takes the Norwegian out of the round. Donk surges in, first man in.
Frozen,
and
one
first
more,
man
one more,
out.
one
Nice
more.
Frozen can't stabilize for a second. His Magix
Nice.
down. Good work from Carrigan.
Do we do
The accuracy connects.
कडक राउंड वाले.
Shiro's P250, he gets it this time.
Zontix flank is huge.
Yeah, Rops, maybe you can catch his wind of this. Carrigan considering his options. 2 head-to-head
Rops
simultaneously.
knows. Rops knows.
Fully clear his corner. Zontix does not. Rops stabilizes, hits the headshot. Puts it onto Shiro. Will there be another 1v2 for Spirit in the pistol? Bomb under CT control. Shiro remains poised and he can't
Nice
close it.
Carrigan.
The 4v5, the loss of Broky rectified.
That was touch and go, but Carrigan, he likes the way that one feels. Big pep talk between maps. Need to refocus, recenter. This is the 6th time that these two teams have faced in 2024. So in the 5 matchups so far this year, 4 out of the 5 have gone in favor of Spirit. The only time that FaZe have beaten this Team Spirit roster was in Copenhagen at the major to eliminate them on their run to a grand final. I do see a deagle in the hands of Donk. This
याच्या बाहेर
time it's
चौघं
the
पण
T
आहेत.
side,
5
so it's going to
जण
be harder
5 पण जण नाही. चौघं
to
पण
find those
आहेत.
incisions as he hangs around in spawn. As FaZe will use their opening utility, they'll get their space, and now the round will start to settle in. This will remove the smokes.
रोप्सला 2 तरी पिक काढायला
Set Donk
लागतील
up to
याच्यात.
take some nice fights.
बाय पुश हे
Really
घेतला.
interested to see if Team Spirit can keep themselves.
स्पॉइलर देते आम्हाला.
बाय 2 3
First
3
major
बूस्ट
trophy
घेतले
is closer
बेंचवर.
than it has ever been.
एक गेला, दुसरा गेला,
Focus when
तिसरा
so
गेला.
tantalizingly
Eh.
close.
चौथा गेला झाली जिंकली बेंच.
Rob's rotation points aren't that close. He needs to either stay alive or get a multi-kill here on the way in.
Evil म्हणजे वाट लावते भाई.
Donk up for success, boosted up. Robs will need to call the cavalry. No information, no indication. 3 from different points of elevation. Shadow spotted. Robs composed, controlled, delivers and defends.
Nice.
The FaZe clan shut down. Clean on the anti-eco.
Nod of approval and satisfaction there from Brokey, keeping all 5 alive. That's massive work. This is so little of an investment. You can't be willing to give that bomb plant over, rifles over, so they hold on to everything they invested, and now they know this is where Spirit are going to bring the fight.
Evil कसं काय भेंडी जाम लवकर
भाई परत येईल आलेत तिघं.
Can you match your output? Molotov.
रोप्स आहे खतरनाक पोझिशन वर. परत टोकेल. आता इविलच्या बरोबर आलो आम्ही.
As well, Frozen seals the deal, makes this third round a reality.
Beautiful stuff there. Frozen winning that opening duel in middle. He had a very, very tough time on Nuke. Gets a kill on the pistol. Now gets an important one here against the first rifle round. And FaZe deal with that no problems. Rops also not in that same
match
form we saw against
2-0 ने हारली भाई.
Magic's, well, let's see if we can have another massive game. Had to come up pretty huge on Ancient. Now, I know they were throwing Mouse around the server, but played well on Nuke just then. Played well against Mouse. Right now with the bomb down in enemy territory, hard to see him getting too much done with 5 points of health. This is looking like a great start for FaZe and a necessary start. Being in both major grand finals, or downs that you've had ever since winning Chengdu just after the major, and now you find yourself in both major finals of the year just to be flatlined by the kid who ruined the start in Katowice.
Whoa!
He's locked in.
He's most definitely locked in.
Just a little
reminder to FaZe of what he's capable of after Nuke.
दोन किल करून पळाण नाही होऊ शकत रे 10 सेकंदात.
Crowd appreciating that. And FaZe will secure that the 2 AKs to be carried through.
Very interested to see how Magix is tested, if he is tested by FaZe Clan. If Spirit maintain this A-centric, mid-centric approach.
Well, in the interview Chopper did with HLTV after that victory, saying, you know, they knew how Mouse approached the map, wanted to try and pressure A early to draw them away. Say they play very mid and B heavy, so wanted to spread them out across the map and was able to do so by early A pressure. Gave a similar showing here, but handled by FaZe. Now Donk will be dropped that AK. Right? He does get facilitated, but he delivers. That's why Magix, who hit some tidy ones himself right there, are setting the 17-year-old up to reap some havoc. This time, heavy over towards B for Spirit.
Yeah, it's a 2B start as well for FaZe. Jump up from Frozen. Obscured by the smoke, but close to lending a hand. Donk's going to start aim mapping up the ramp. Carrigan tucks Cubby. Block smoke. Might try and use that Tech 9 to burst through. Think twice about that.
Even though that's the key piece of utility for the T's gone, there's no point running through that and just getting slaughtered.
Frozen, here we go. Here's tested. Only the one. Good work back. Donk does deliver and bring down a rifle. Falls into Shiro's hands.
Kill nahi, gun ali.
FaZe are worried about slips into A right now. They don't have answers on where Team Spirit are. Just saw Brokey acknowledging the chance for a lead through A. He is checking out Temple and behind, but they're all just waiting over towards B. Cave presence as well as B lane.
This most definitely can still go wrong.
Rops will be quick on the rotation behind.
Up the ramp. Carrigan will have a spot on the Magix, and all nearly two. Donk does trade. Needs another though. Asking a lot of him. Manages it. Multi-kill on that hero rifle. Puts it all onto him though. And ace clutch demanded him. Donk, oh my god, he's doing it again! Just the one hero rifle. Up to Rops to deny. Can he do the impossible once more? The superstar. And Rops to test him.
Guys, shot दिला रे.
4K रे, 4K.
Your bed, Carrigan. He is living in your head. Saved AK dropped to Donk, the lethal weapon, and he delivers a ace.
Yes.
Low होता रे तो
It
पर
feels
low
like
होता.
their demands are unreasonable, Chad. It feels like they're asking too much of the kid, but time after time he delivers.
हा जो पीक घेतात ना या साईडचा अस्मित तो डिसएडवांटेजेस आहे माहिती आहे का?
The
17-year-old
in pursuit of major history. Now that's their first round and maybe first of many.
Okay, aggression lane.
Guy
Now
shot
Mid-Go is all theirs. Ooh, good one through the
1v5.
smoke. That's gonna have Donk walking wonky.
Walking wonky. आमचा क्रॉसर गेम मग आता
नॉर्मल सगळ्यांचे डिफॉल्टच आहे.
ते डिफॉल्ट दिसतात त्यांचे क्रॉसर वेगळे असतात.
FaZe can't let that get to them. They've still been able to bite
इथे
back
जा
in with
गुगल
a buy
कर
of their own.
डॉंक क्रॉसर
3 M4s,
भेटेल तुला.
2 MP9s. Stoic with the util, not dropping it early. They're going to
कन्सोल
need
कमांड भेटतील मग कन्सोल कमांड मध्ये टाक.
Magic's almost with the double up.
Their options are limited. Dunks on them. Robs is activating it. It's Donk's low HP. Robs prevails. This time successful in that head-to-head. Now Zontics into Frozen. Frozen holds his nerve. Holds on to Red Room. Into B though. 2 through cave side.
retake
up
होईल
the
बघा.
ramp. There's legs to this, especially look at the low HP. Yet to frag Shiro. Yet to frag Chopper. That has to change now. Can't just be Magic's.
Ollie missed.
Carrigan pushes the smoke. Comfortable for Shiro. Brokey, the response gets one. Magic's the response back. This conversation favors Spirit. And Magic swings into the two of them. Trade out. Robs can clutch. It's his chance again. Another 1v1 for Robs. Lost to Donk. Does he lose to Chop? Chopper holds. Robs delivers.
Nice. Prediction
That's
OP.
the Robs FaZe are going to need if they want to take this one the distance. Not that he was absent on map number 1, but he definitely was in that fighting form that we had seen. To get them through G2, to get them through Vitality, to get them to back-to-back major grand finals. And Robs comes up impactful. So Donk happens, but Robs does too, and that's the two you want to be see throwing blow for blow. This one got sketchy. The low HP, Brokey misses the incendiary towards the site. Carrigan goes through on his own. It could have really fallen apart. Happy with that one is Robs, and understandably so. It's forced a tactical timeout from Team Spirit.
त्यांचे माउस पण सेम आहेत बघ.
दोघांचे.
Raw determination on the face of Brokey.
Hard 4 rounds. Some of the issues when you look at Nuke were, hey, you scrap back in, you're able to show that you can contend when it's a little bit rougher around the edges for you, and then you lose to Tech9. You have an AWP on top of the heart. You're losing rounds that you need to be converting, and it felt like the individuals that were letting them down. Even a moment right there, Zontics versus Frozen in red. Frozen got the better of him with the timing on the swing out, and still takes so much damage, right? He's not converting cleanly. These aren't insta-kills, and that needs to change. What makes FaZe FaZe is this rockstar element that they have, the ability to hit hard.
Never to be written out.
Again, back towards B.
This is going to have some pace on it. Mac 10 equipped for Zontics.
Carrigan
just an MP9 to defend this side. He's only got Rain by his side. Is Rain enough to defend the side? Oh, only the one. A dink on Magic's. Carrigan chooses aggression. Chooses aggression and it's rewarded. Brokey arrives just in time. Chopper slips behind enemy lines. Carrigan's not ready for him. Good one back. Needs a second. Chopper spins on a dime.
Brokey's low.
Brokey is low. From behind though, and that's perfect. It's Brokey that is the difference maker on the B bomb site. Ways in which that could have gone wrong, but not here. Domination.
That can be tough. Teams more than happy to favor that B ramp. The way the Motley works now, ever since the change, you can just come on through. You can see they're not really taking an awful lot of damage. He mops up one, there's more bodies to deal with. Carrigan has to take the risk. Gets double on that MP9, but Chopper unable to get the clutch. And it will just be another decent level of investment. Sure, not full from Spirit. Lost bonus is built.
Chopper's investigating middle. He is the spearhead. Donk to trade. Jiggle from Frozen, just about pixel gaps, so they smoke donut, so uncertainty will grow.
Still one player towards Red Room right now with Brokey.
Oh, it's a pivot straight to B. Well, they're looking for answers in middle. Spirit go looking for trouble in cave. Perfect timing.
6-1?
Spirit's finished, but only really looking at these two Molotovs. And FaZe actually started bringing in an interesting execute over towards the B bomb site that we saw taking shape earlier in the competition. They were doing a triple molly setup, so we'll see if Spirit have a similar flavor. Mid being called clear now. They've investigated red. U-tool lined up. Default thrown out. Going to allow them to progress through cave. Rotation on its way for FaZe.
Next wave of Molotovs fly in. Rain confirms their suspicions. Chopper gets down. Donk has opened up onto Brokey though, and Carrigan can't finish. Donk's coming for you. You better be ready. Let's go down to Frozen. Still takes another with him.
round काढला रे.
Smoke kit, beautiful for the retake. Rops needs to do damage as well on from short side. Tech9's not favored here, but close range duels are available. Magic's low HP, goes active and finds the headshot. Rops, what can he do? Unable to find Zontix. Now Smoke recovered. Magic's does get a little too leery. Smoke on the kit, he's given it a look in. Running out of time. Shiro known to be on the site. Hoping to bait him out, hoping to get that fight, not coming his way. And Robs thinks twice, does not play for the clutch. Shiro will go down on recovery of the rifle.
He's to the bomber, isn't he? Yeah, Robs just overstaying his welcome. Sure, he gets the stats, he gets the kill, but right now FaZe don't have any money. Just hanging around a little bit too long, giving his team nothing to work with going into this next round of play. So they will take a timeout. The 2 rounds that Spirit have been able to post so far have been hard fought. Donk with the dropped AK thanks to Magix. This time, some partial upgrades due to the loss bonuses where it's at, but they have punished the finances. Right now, FaZe, they are in hot water. A great opportunity to work back into this and maybe even level things up for Spirit. If you're FaZe right now, you need to turn to Neo. Him and Carrigan have anything that they can piece together when the cash is in such disarray. Rain's force, that is likely a sign that everybody else will follow. Rob should be able to get out of silence M4 with armor.
We love a selfless captain. Chopper just drawing the crosshair there. Goes as far wide as he can. Donk immediate on that trade. That was their path in. That was their way in. They did manage to really kind of, improvise a great finish onto that B bomb site for their second round.
And it wasn't rushed. They took their time. Caused FaZe to ask questions of the gaps in the defense.
Gaps in the buy.
Straight out mid.
Oh, and that's the rifle. Ross down to Donk. Into mid on the warpath. Spam from Frozen will be unable to connect, and Rain's lost his head too. They've lost the B bomb site.
Yeah, everything's up for business right
this
now.
This one's falling apart. Roki trying to be a hero ahead of the flames, but isolated by Zontix. Comfortable collection of a 3rd round. Carrigan from behind. They will strike. Chopper finds him.
And they know that Frozen tends to be over towards middle, so likely to try and cut him off at the pass. Frozen has pushed through main right now, and Chopper seems to have a very good idea. Clean, all 5 staying alive. Beautiful round for Team Spirit. A force from FaZe. Now we'll see the eco. The fact that Rops tussles through middle and is deleted, has no chance. Even get to use that heaviest of investment. 2,400 into the next, so their buy on the CT side, when we do see it come through, is still going to be weak. Spirit have broken them. You have to hope not mentally at this point. FaZe, as a team, they've had some crazy comebacks. They've seen it all, and they only get out of bed for the big games. Felt like they're a little bit sleepy on Nuke there. Hey, them losing their pick, it's not the end of the world. They can bounce back.
Util बघा फेकल्यात ते.
Into the side, comfortable as Magix. A flurry of frags in the
Magix.
It's over. A 4th for Spirit, a 1-round game now.
2 rounds
Donk
in
and
consecutive
Magix
fashion,
भाई
where
संपला
Spirit
game.
kept all 5 alive. That does wonders for the finances going forward.
Ooh, they're all sitting on a comfortable cash cushion.
Yeah, that's going to mean residual buys. So FaZe, this is going to be a tough way to secure yourself the lion's share of rounds in this half. Still 8 available, but as mentioned, this next purchase is going to be lacking. We've only got 2 incendiaries on the board. A kit for Carrigan, lacking flashes and HEs to try and clear smokes and look for information.
They have to be able to shut down Donk on mid. It has to happen. And no,
Carrigan
on Chopper.
क्या कर रहा है?
Quick friction, that's one back. Donk is down. Well, Chopper wins the captain's head-to-head. Frozen has one out that duel in mid. Magix gets looking, gets active, gets destructive, finds Brokey. Robs responds. quick pivot into the A site. Rain seems ahead of the play. Robs 2. Knife out, heading in. Breaker the smoke. Could catch a glimpse. Major form. Major impact. And Rain does one better. Bams away a 1v1. Here we go. Health advantage.
याला माहिती आहे 100% तो येत नाही स्मोक मध्ये नाही रे हे नाही केलं
Zontics couldn't handle it, couldn't hack it.
Nice.
A sixth for FaZe off the back of Rain.
Rain, that never back down, never surrender mentality, just through the smoke, knowing he's not going to go for the fake, straight in his face. And that right there, you get Carrigan pushing in towards A main. Well, that's a B player, that's your cave player. Okay, what does that mean? We lose a mid player. Oh, Rops goes down, he breaks the smoke. We know he was over towards middle, let's run in towards A. Okay, they're piecing this one together. Rain being on that early rotation, he was the hero of the round.
He's there so early. I mean, just read them. And a second pause. He's been very liberal with these, Hallie, but his conversion rate's pretty damn good.
Great shot here from Chopper. This one from Rops, right? That's how they know that A is essentially open. And then, because Rops clears the smoke and goes down, they're thinking that's the A defender, but Rain is already there for the double up, the mop up, and the round conversion. But that residual cash does mean we get another full bite for Spirit. That can't be the same set for FaZe. MP9s for Brokey and Carrigan to work with.
I mean, of course they're doing it the hardest way. Constant compromise.
That's what Carrigan wanted.
Hardest bracket run. Now, MP9, no nades for Robs. 2 SMGs in the mix up against that full buy once more. Will Frozen win this head-to-head once more? Donk wants it once more. What's revenge? And Frozen does it. Finished off from the grave, the flames, and now look at Robs. He's so proactive, so aggressive. And Shiro trades. Pulls us into a 3 versus 3. Bombs outside B doors.
Shiro is the champion.
Form of Chopper, who has been hitting shots here on the second map of our grand final.
Right now, Spirit don't have to do anything. They can sit, pause, allow the round to come to them. They know that FaZe are the ones scrambling for answers. There's a lot of gaps that have manifested with these exchanges back and forth. It's going to come down to Carrigan's read of the situation. And right now, they've paired up to push through red.
Chopper could find them here on their search for information. Chiro as well from elbow. Hard fight for Brokey. Now Shiro alerted to their presence. Can swing through. Rain has to hit this shot cleanly. Rain on the box. Rain delivers. As does Brokey. Double kill after his clutch to make 7 a reality.
Did say 8 was still possible. And they've had to fight extremely hard for these rounds. Moment of respite for the action as a technical timeout has been called. So that issue is plaguing the Spirit side of the server. We have lost Donk for the moment being.
Yeah, he was straight out of there after that duel with Frozen mid.
It's a very tough fight, right? The way that that meta has progressed, there's so many layers to it, and especially in CS2 when we're talking about the edging of smokes and the timing of flashes and how many were dropped and what's the next rally. So the fact that they went 1 for 1 in that scenario, Frozen job done, and he removed him from the round, that being the key piece of information.
Yeah, that's what I just struggle to understand, is that you're sending Donk out there in what is so volatile, so variable. You don't know what the flashes are going to look like. He doesn't either, but so regularly he finds great success. Takes his spawns, does his damage. But Frozen has won out that head-to-head and back-to-back rounds now.
Shout out to Magix again. This is the steadiest he's looking in terms of these duels.
Right.
He's got good moves across the map, looking very clean, staying very calm. This being in the highest pressure environment of their Counter-Strike careers. Donk has rejoined the server.
नाही बाकीचे आहेत ना ते काहीतरी वेगवेगळं काही फालतूगिरी वापरतात.
The bomb. Down in not the last, but the previous, the residual cash that was built from those 2 clean rounds where they didn't take a single casualty does mean Spirit, for the final round of the first half of their map pick, are able to get out a bye. Not having to worry about any pesky pistols this time, but some of their key rounds have come with those lighter upgrades.
या मॅप मध्ये ना तो मिड कंट्रोलच महत्त्वाचा असतो. एकदा मिड कंट्रोल भेटला तुला ए बी क्लिअर भेटतो. असाच राऊंड असतो प्रत्येक एन्शियंट प्ले. हा स्मोक आलाच पाहिजे.
Throwing out that smoke, Donk tries to take that invitation, chooses not to. Nade does chip away. Paragon not shy. We're going to have another head-to-head with the captains here. Flashed in, Chopper is blind. Ooh, Magic's obscured. Frozen overlooks it. Oh dear, it's gone horribly wrong for FaZe, and brilliant from Magic's. Top of the scoreboard in back-to-back maps. It's not Shiro, it's not Zontix, it's not even Donk, it's Magic's that gives Spirit the edge.
Now they can set themselves up for
Magic's
a
चालला ना
finish.
आज.
Still in cave and already rotating over is Brokey.
मागच्या मॅप मध्ये पण तोच चालला
worry
पाहिजे.
about middle as well as the A site. 45 seconds, looks like the bomb's pivoting back.
आजच्या मॅप मध्ये सगळेच चालले रे. चॉपर या मॅच मध्ये चाललो पण चॉपर भाई कंटिन्युअस हे आहे. किती आहेत किल चॉपरचे? 6 डॉंगचे 12
Calls for the cavalry, they are on their way.
आणि मॅजिक्सचे 17 हो. Ropes 13.
Now for Spirit, Smokers on the side, that should set them up for success. Shiro tasked with the plant with 18 seconds, the pressure rises.
One man show चालू आहे रे मॅजिक्सचा.
Could spam away and deny. No! Off the bomb, it's awkward now. Spirit in trouble. Spirit in a lot of trouble.
Why? Prediction बरोबर निघाला मला 8-4 चे.
Spirit off kilter.
Nice, nice.
Never, ever to be counted out.
They've weathered that. There were some tough rounds that they had lost within that first half, but still walk away with 8. They have set themselves up pretty to take us the distance. Dust 2 is the third and decider if we need to get there.
Ska vi ta rekord? Ja, det ska vi. Jag har tagit fram min drömmeny. En triple cheese med pommes och Coca-Cola. Eller Domination och Company som det numera heter. 5 kronor från varje meny går till Ronald McDonalds barnfond. Det ska samlas in pengar. Nu kör vi.
अस्मित बोलते अस्मित तुझ्याशी बोलते का मला विचारतो.
हाय तो विचारते अस्मित ये बनियान कुठली ब्रँड की आहे?
Repeatedly. And in the map that Spirit felt they had the best chance to close it out if they were to win FaZe's pick. And FaZe rustle up an 8-4 half. They elected to start on that CT side, and it's gone incredibly well.
This here, I think, was attesting to what you were discussing with
FaZe
Magic's in
मॅप
the
पिक
previous
केलेला त्याच्या
season.
टीम
Just
स्प्लिट
shifting over
जिंकली
towards
जो
that
टीम
B lane.
स्प्लिटनी मॅच
So when
पिक
Frozen
केलाय
comes through the
त्याच्यात
smoke, didn't quite
FaZe
hit his
आडा
forward,
आहे.
sees one, laser focused, and then Magic gets to mop up the double. So
अरे पण त्या न्यूक यांच्यासोबत पण न्यूकच केला होता कुठली ती टीम
G2
What a great turnaround.
G2 नाही
अरे आपले
व्हायटॅलिटी सोबत आणि पहिलीच राऊंड हारले दुसरे दोन्ही जिंकले.
That's the lurk smoke on B that forces players to play a little bit more forward if they want that information. But the way that Spirit have started is just dual
नाही न्यूक यांचा पिक होता एन्शियंट होता फेजचा पिक.
blocked A. So this is Spirit doing a very diligent job. Rain trying to sell this unless they start holding W.
केलेला एन्शियंट
हा मेला बघ.
They went through the smoke.
Spirit aren't buying, they will cut down Rain, but still lots of A.
मारतात नाही.
2 to 5, Carrigan can't track him.
Frozen?
Awkward now, Robs to try and wrestle back for control. He needs an ammo, gets away. The clutch available here for Mr. Cool. It's Magic's first, from behind his dog. Could he really get himself
जमतेम रे जमतेम मॅजिक ने मारला
A glimmer of hope in a dark second map.
यार फ्रोझन कॅरिगनला
18 and
मारला.
9. He does continue what he was doing on Nuke.
Yeah, Donk's grabbed the triple there as well. And you just hate to look at that from Frozen's perspective.
Oh, mate, especially after his Nuke.
Yeah, and the key point of that was them braving through that A main smoke because the block was perfect from Spirit. They said, okay, we're feeling B pressure, but we aren't search. We're going to search. That one right there.
नाही रे तो क्रॉसर मध्ये आला.
And then Robson's got no bullets in a 1v2, gets run down, Magic's hits it.
Well, this has brought a buffer for the likes of Shiro and Zontix to activate. 2 kills for Shiro, 3 for Zontix. But now they're on that CT side. This is where the
pistol round किती important दो डायरेक्ट दोन राउंड जातात ना.
FaZe have gifted an AK over to Rops. Let's see if he can do his best Donk impression.
This very map, same position, Donk capable of an ace. Now that AK has been revealed and he's empty-handed on his first excursion. Block util solid. Gap available, trying to work with it, not going to get anything he desires. And with Chopper already calling B lane dead silent.
There's no rush. Wait this out.
Fragment.
Until it's being expended and expelled from Team Spirit. Got got 2 smokes and a flash on the back of Rain and Carrigan to work with for their finish. But really, this has to be Rops. He's been delivering. He showed up in the grand final, 17 kills to his name right now, but he has to find many more. 55 seconds, and they still want to pressure this A site. Second smoke drops, also funky with its placement.
मारतील फेस काय एका याच्यातच संपतील स्प्रे मध्ये संपतील नाही एका स्प्रे मध्ये
मारतील
Goes down to just the pistols. Magic and Dom combine. A multi-kill massacre. Only Robs can save and redeem this round. 30 seconds to do it. Spots the leg. A cheeky bit of ankle. Shown out by Shiro on site. Closes the gap. Bring them down. 25. Every second counts here. Sound cue's given away. Shiro, will he overlook this walk through the smoke? He is not looking in the right direction. Robs in the smoke. Gets caught out. 48.
Drops and smokes. Timing, great timing.
Threatening round from FaZe all the same.
Really good damage there. Still taking a whole bunch of guns. It's going to make this one mean an
Oksar
awful lot more for FaZe. Win this, they know what type of position it's going to leave Spirit in. That defense was caught off guard. That flash comes through the smoke. Zontic's getting glocked. You can see just how blind he was. But Spirit, you win this, you can tie things up. Elbow smoke, be door smoke.
तिसऱ्या मॅच बघायची इच्छा नाही हो.
Both teams showing that they want to fight for this B lane and mid control.
He looks good. Frozen takes the fight. The flashes were good. Celtics gets him regardless of the white screen. Frozen an opening casualty. Rain. Audible jumps heard. Smokes a block. Spam could be very dangerous. Return of fire actually does connect to Zontix. Robs reveals his elbow position.
Clearly unconfirmed, so they don't know how light up they are. Rain getting boosted. Try and patrol over towards Long. He might be able to get this fight. Donk's rotating over.
Gonna be in the right place. And it's a fight taken. Rain delivers, removes Donk. Equalizing frag. Carrigan quick to fall though. Chopper, patience prevails in that corner. Stays active. They're coming for him. Rain knows these angles well, but so does Chopper. Heavy licks. So much damage inflicted. Tried the connection fatal. Rob's the only member at health. Will try and take this fight.
45 seconds. They know that Magix is a B player. Shiro the rotator. Zontix over towards A. They're still going to try and finish B.
It hinges on this head-to-head right now. Magix and Robs. Top of their game. Top of their field. It's Robs that removes him. Awkward for Zontix now. You know it doesn't stop the Robs. Straight into the site. A must-win duel, and he does deliver once more.
This is what you want to see. Robs in this type of form. The playoffs for Robs, he has been owning. He has
MVP
been at elite level. And that is necessary to deal with the terror on the other side that is Donk. All major long, Donk has been performing. Sure, he had that one blip on the radar. But he bounced back, he showed resilience, and now we're getting 2 Titans throwing blows. But who's going to join Robs? Donk's got Magix for support. To be the 9th confirmed. And that shot at long, that boost that came in, it's Rain versus Donk at range. It's a big one to enable, and then really dicey moment with the K fight on Chopper. Both players brought very low. Yeah, this in middle, the flashes look great, didn't it? But Zontic's able to recover. Rain just tapping on the jiggles, finds the head. Very important fight. And then Robs, yeah, these are clinical. Back when this kid entered our screens, it was always so procedural.
भाई काय नेड फेकले रे दोघांना पण HP लो HP गेले बे
low Zontix too, and they have been able to grab this control once more. FaZe have been able to sprawl in for the A main control, so at least they know that they can work back into that worst case. They've given over B lane, no dramas. Plenty of nades as they start to search.
That utility achieves nothing with Chopper's positioning.
Just walking out on A, so it's really stretching their legs is Rain. Spotted one.
Into the site. Smoke on CT. Donut's a threat as well. Util will plume. Limited options. Do they aggress on this?
GG Robs, baby.
Smoke of their own design. Spirit trying to sow seeds of uncertainty. The support is going down. Brokey to plant.
Win this match, 100%.
One temple from Magix will arrive. And it's Brokey under scrutiny. Brought low from the spam. These smokes will not last forever. Rob's swiveling around. He knows these engagements are coming. Has an angle. Doesn't convert. Zontix goes wide. Down. Traded by Donk. Rain takes in control. On Temple, but Donk double.
Hi, Donk. So काय aim आहे रे भिंडी.
Real chance, and he wins the duel. Removes Donk once more. FaZe have got this surely. 2 versus 2. Time ticking. No kit. No hope. Have to take these fights now. Have to hit the shot immediately. As Frozen holds on. Carragher ensuring the round.
भाई फ्रोझन ने दोघांना मारले भेंडी.
Hit नव्हता रे.
They gave it their best. They gave it their all. Every resource pumped into that attempted retake.
It's stressful. It's wobbly. This moment you're seeing pieces of utility bouncing back off walls into smokes. The fights coming down to the wire.
I mean, watching that from Rob's perspective, the smoke, flash, bullets being thrown at you, like you're just, how do you maintain and find a way to actually contribute?
And for him as well, you know, he can only guess what resides on the other side. So having to pivot between all of those fights, FaZe do just hold on. Ali will burn the third and final tactical timeout from Team Spirit. That was a shove. They gave that M4 over to Donk. He gave it his best go. Everybody else with their upgrades, but FaZe right now, you have to assume this is the 11th round. The investment, just a flash for Magix, a deagle for Donk, and the USPs for the rest. Shiro and Zontix have remained quiet. We're only 4 rounds into the second half. How many more of play? It doesn't feel like Spirit have bought themselves enough of a bumper on what was their home turf coming into this best of 3 grand final.
सिटीचा हे आहे रे भाई. इको आहे.
Full guns versus a donkey. Doesn't happen twice.
Without utility नाही जाऊ शकत मेडला. सिटीला.
Just with a B ramp flash, that's telling that, hey, they just played for information.
Alright, bigger than he is.
And actually, it's paused them out for now.
चांगलं केलं ते पुश नाही केलं याला.
If they played for info, they said sector clear, and then they rotated
जाना बीला
back
डायरेक्ट जा
towards A
बीला
because they're
डायरेक्ट
shooting
जा.
elsewhere. Well, that's not the case.
clean shot वे.
Bullet shot. Ropes is the 200 IQ player
They are going to be on the right
in
side
the
of the map.
entire game.
Not the right weapon for the job.
1 kill 1 kill मिळाला. Okay. 6-11 maybe I think 1-1. क्या लगता है? FaZe जीतने वाला है?
100%.
ये will FaZe करना है.
Great map for it.
Mactavils.
About the names in this server.
Spirit करना है.
More on that when we inevitably get there.
It does start to feel that way now, doesn't it? There's so many opportunities for FaZe. This being one of the better. 2 Famouses and an MP9 to defend your honors, to defend 12 FaZe. They could lock themselves in for overtime at a minimum right here, right now.
FaZe trip over their shoelaces, running out mid, not this time. Throws it again onto Donk, takes that space away from him. He forces him to watch as that 12th round from FaZe now 4 frags away. Rain playing. Smokes catches Magix going looking with that MP9.
संपला रे FaZe जिंकला मॅच.
Clear in, but Frozen's crosshair placement is perfect.
अजून एक आहे. अजून एक आहे.
Perfect.
अजून एक आहे.
Execution from Frozen.
कडक.
Double kill in mid.
कडक है फ्रोझन निकालने वाले.
Didn't even have to adjust his crosshair to make that one.
Dust 2 map. भाई Dust 2 map आहे ना मी बघतच ना.
काही पण होऊ शकतं रे. त्यात काही होऊ शकतं. काही होऊ शकतं त्याच्यात.
Dust 2 map मी बघतच नाही का माहिती आहे. मजा नाही तरी ती बघायला. पण आता फायनल बघायला मजा येईल पण.
Who's joining me?
Well, Rain is joining Chopper with a bullet in the back of the head. The Famous now noted. Broky's going to rotate out of there, but Chopper, now you're an absolute dead man. Everything gone. 3K across the board, 3.7 for Magix. That's about it. Cash is in the dumps for Team Spirit.
फायनल अशी पाहिजे भाई.
We need to find some of those hero moments. We are going the distance. We are going to Dust 2.
दोन्ही याच्यात नोट आहे.
Everything is back
दोन्ही
up for
याच्यात नोट आहे.
debate.
ओटी कुठून येणार
FaZe
आता भाई?
winners of
ते काय
Antwerp. Lifting that
FaZe
trophy.
हे आहे
4
comeback.
of the 5 in the server right now, enjoying that blissful moment. Looking to make it their second for the organization.
This time not so lucky. Donk, however, down to Robs.
Robs,
Steps up,
Jord.
delivers an aggressive opening kill.
One more.
He said that this year. He's been doing it a whole lot here in Shanghai.
Zontix चे 2 किल आहेत बघ इथे. जर असा फुकटचा मेला नाही.
Now to Zontix. Rifle available.
मारला Zontix ला.
एकच किल भेटला.
Zontix stops him in his tracks on Donut. Jumper edging towards that CT smoke. He is susceptible to Brokey.
Chopper मेला
Slips through.
संपला GG.
Look, Carrigan's back is turned. It's just going to come down to how he emerges through the smoke. And Brokey's having none of it.
आवाज दिला ना त्याने भाई प्रेजेंस कपला
But
shadow
Counter-Strike fans, they're having all of it. Every single map of this major grand final. And that's it. Magic takes himself out of the round. FaZe Clan back on their bullshit. Losing their map pick and taking us the distance.
Still the style there from Magic on the finish. Didn't want to delay the inevitable much
Nice,
longer.
nice,
but history will be
nice.
made at the end of the next map. We could have Donk breaking the record for the youngest major winner, or Carrigan breaking his own for the oldest major winner.
हे भारी हो कडक आहे काय बोलतात ते स्टेज भारी आहे आयला भारी आहे जर्सी
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
मी आलो रे चहा नाश्ता करून
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
कधी लागेल रे मॅच ने
1xbet.
quarterfinals of a major. He's pulling off something ridiculous, and Zontix is completely disappearing as well, completely ineffectual. And then you contrast that with a face that, sure, Robs rose to the occasion once again. He's out of playoff storm Rob, but look at the plays VOGUE was going for. Look at what Rain was doing. Look at what freaking Carrigan was doing as well. That is, again, the supporting cast failing when they pretty much have one hand in the match.
I'm going to give Zontix a pass even to some extent. People forget he's also a rookie. I mean, that's a rookie. I mean, that's why you talk about FaZe Clan and people.
Only bottle hai guy.
ओपन करू
हा कर आणि फेजच जिंकणार आहे बघ
बघू चल ज्याचं येईल ना तो त्याला सपोर्ट करायचा आपण
भाई 100%
जो टीमचा स्टिकर येईल फेजचा तर फेजला सपोर्ट करू आणि स्पिरिट आला तर स्पिरिटला सपोर्ट करू
आणि स्पिरिट आणि फेज दोघांचा पण नाला मग
आणि जर G2 आला तर
मग झॉन्टिक्सला सपोर्ट डॉंकला सपोर्ट करू चलो चलो
Ropes, silver ropes. It's ropes beach. Huh? नाही माहिती केस हे कर कॅश आउट मार अरे
काय
केस कॅश आउट मार
हे आहे त्याला बॅन आहे ट्रेड बॅन आहे भाई 7 दिवसांचा
का
दुसऱ्या अकाउंट मध्ये ट्रेड केलेत मी त्या
वा
like people just bait for the hero AK and the luxury of having a guy like Donk who's actually going to get trade every single one of his teammates and then clutch in the end. But we also have an example, Richard, of a textbook how not to play around with an advantage, and this is the problem when it comes to team spirit. It's like sometimes even you have a game from Magus, he's going to find you a double entry. This is the last round of the half. They're playing, they're waiting actually for some aggression. They find a double kill. It's 1-5 left on the clock, right? For 20 seconds, they don't really do much. They throw a weak fake. They didn't even take cave in a 5v3, right? Like Rain is just chilling there. He has all the information. The rest of the players want to go towards A. Rain gets the kill on Magus. Now they start panicking. Chopper is alone. 3 guys want to go A.
प्लीज रिमूव बिफोर इंस्टॉलेशन दिखाई दे रहा है क्या इथंच लावतो ना हे आले पण तिसरा मॅपला आयला पामलं माझं डीएम
का
आल्या लागली पण मॅच
Definitely stepped up on map too. Not so much in terms of just raw stats, but you look at the duels against Donk that Maui pointed out are going to be crucial. He actually did a great job of shutting him down sort of mid to late in the first half, right? And that's fine. If you kill Donk and you die,
that's fine.
You're fine. Like that's a good trade for FaZe in that situation. He led the team in opening kills as well. Had some really clean kills on the T side as well, and that was absolutely necessary for FaZe clan to get us to Dust 2.
And it's not just about him having to outright win those duels. He did win quite a few duels over Donk, but it's also, we even saw a round where he gets a kill on the Donk and Donk mollies Frozen to death. But the fact that he was able to, even if he dies, Robs is there to trade him immediately. So a lot of the neutralization of this demonic imp was thanks to Frozen and Robs in mid.
Yeah, well, they needed to do it, but now we turn our
attention to the deciding map. It's
historically, Team Spirit used to pick this map. It was a map they were always super happy to play on. We've seen them have top performances on this too here at the major. And so obviously for FaZe, this is it now. It's like the tallest of tall orders if you want to complete the miracle.
This is the map where we saw the turnaround of FaZe. We got to the Fury game. That's where they finally turned it around and being like, yeah, we were not sitting this major playoffs out. We're going to make this happen. And we saw it was Carrigan leading the pack, you know, going for this B hits and whatnot. Everyone waking up, lane popping up, Brokey showing signs of life.
ASMIT
as well. So I feel like it's not quite done yet. I think Carrigan allowing Dust 2 to be the decider definitely is feeling comfortable here.
But the reason that's such consistency on this map is they don't leave anything up to chance. Though when I look back at the stats of what they run on gun rounds, they almost never rush. In the last 5 maps, they only rush 1 time on a gun round. So wow, what a romantic moment here. But
Bhushan
bad memories.
Right. Oh no. And thinking though about okay. Oh, she said yes.
She said yes.
गाडी कापलेली का लग्नासाठी चष्मा का घातली सनी
all right
आणि तो वरती मिकी माऊसचा का हेअर बँड घालून गेलेला
त्याची चॉईस भाई आपण काय करणार
about Spirit, their tendencies. They only have rushed 1 time on gun rounds in their last 5 times playing Dust 2. They don't try to just play off of spawns. They're always going to be trying to fight for lower B and cat control so they can at least make things a lot more settled. And so it's going to be up to FaZe to try to disrupt that. Fight off of catwalk, fight into lower B. I want to see a brawl in middle if FaZe want to upset Spirit here.
And why would you rush when you have Donk on your team? Look at what happened on Ancient. You play it slow with a hero AK, he delivers you the round with an ace. You take a timeout, and then you decide to rush B, and he just dies running through a smoke. Like, you can do it if he's the 5th guy in that rush. And then he comes into a situation where there's information, and he can keep just trading and getting kills, right? Like, you want to give this guy space to work.
Chopper
and
an
Opper's paradise. I don't see how they can win this map if Shiro doesn't
Chopper's
step up.
KD bug and त्याचा KD
I think Brokey waking up here, at least on Ancient, is an absolutely great sign for FaZe. The only worry for me when it comes to FaZe is they like to get aggressive in your face, but sometimes it's a little too much. I remember the 1 round against Fury when they win the first 2 rounds.
That was a confidence round.
It was too overconfident, and you lose it. You can't do that against Donk, and Rain said it as well. We got a little too overheated. Calm things down a little bit. I think especially for me, FaZe's the strongest point for me is their B defense. I love the way they play B. They don't play
chat होऊन जाऊ दे थोडीशी माझ्या
streamवर. Take those fights towards mid, Rain towards CT, for example. I think that those mid fights when Sprint try to go for this mid to B takes, that is going to be so pivotal for FaZe to win
क्या
this
लगता
one.
है क्या लगता है लास्ट मैप कौन जीतेगा चलो चलो बताओ बताओ चैट में बताओ आप कौन सी टीम में सब टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो थोड़ा चैट हो जाए
Take it away, guys.
That's right, Richard. 1 map separates us from crowning a champion. Spirit will start on the CT side, and it's Dust 2. This is designed for the aimers, and there's plenty in the server here, Chad.
Can't wait to sink our teeth into this one. 6th meeting between these 2 teams this year, 2024.
सट्टा लगाओ.
And the first time we will see them lock horns on this very
Team
map.
Spirit या फिर Robs.
Taking the liberty straight to lower tunnels. Donk with the dual Berettas, spotted and drops back. So that is going to be pestering FaZe in the back of their mind. They know they'll have to clear out lower tunnels.
इसमें कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई D2 है.
Smoke to land can't be blocked.
D2 में D2 लगा है सांगू शकत नाही.
Double.
Oh.
Trouble. Robs 50.
आता बॉडी मारला तरी मरती थी. Don't body.
Perfect. That is a disaster. At least Rain gets up. They're managing their angles well. The flash, did set up Robs for a duel, but a bit late on it.
All right, well, they will tuck back, get this cat control in the interim. Looking for
Robs
an
तो भाई
3 through short, blocked for now. Rotation has been allowed. Donk rotating back over to join this A defense, and Chopper's not too far behind.
They managed to pull Magic's away, and as he returned to this fight, the P250 was primed.
Donk आला
Through the smoke, Donk is in the perfect place.
Donk ने 3 मारले नहीं 2 मारले.
Perpetually well positioned is Donk, and he delivers and backs it up with destruction.
3K for Donk.
And Spirit will start off their CT side.
Let's fight it.
They went through the smoke. It worked out this time. Not to be the case.
Reveal team आहे ना ती शेवटी.
Denying all of that room. You're thinking because of the info they had along, we're going to take the risk. We're going to jump through, but just mopped up. And you can see Shiro's name there in the feed. That nade softening them up, making it a whole lot easier. And that's one name you need to say an awful lot of if you're a Spirit fan and you want to see them lift the trophy. Shiro has been relatively quiet over the first 2 maps. Sure, map number 1 wasn't needed. Map number 2, he was absent. Map number 3, he can't go missing. And oh, yeah, Donk. He's just going to run up mid. So disrespecting this quote-unquote eco, Carrigan has a scout and he's pinned in tunnels. It feels like the worst place for that weapon.
Not the most idyllic fight for a scout, no less.
Scout में मारल होगा था? हाँ.
Find Chopper with a quick flick. He does.
It does.
R.I.P. Chopper. An hell of a shot from Carrigan, and he'll cut his losses. He'll take that one and pull back to reformat.
This has all happened quite early in the round, still with 1 minute and 20 as they've evacuated tunnels. Now 1 minute and 10, and the scout can continue to work, but you know it's on the board if you're Spirit. So the last thing you want to do is be staying staunch at short and middle to give over tags. Force these pistols to group up, force Carrigan to force the fight.
And this paranoia is because of range death. Donk could be anywhere at this point. On a major grand final stage, though, he's played conservatively.
Magic's over towards long with an MP9. This is how he ruined Liquid's dreams.
ही दिसला Magicला दिसला.
Info that goes only one way.
नाही Carrigan नाही.
Magic's is going to be able to catch them as they first walk through. Carrigan, easy, comfortable. Donk steals away a double. And Brokey now with that scout has missed his chance. Had a pot shot. Pressure mounting and being completely surrounded, encircled by Team Spirit. Goes for the no-scope. Shiro runs him down. Conversions there, and Donk up to 6.
Magic's कडक मारला रे.
2 rounds deep.
Easy होता Magic's ला मारना.
Throw them on this stat line, doesn't matter.
पहिलं काय करायला माहिती होतं त्यांनी पहिला स्काउटच्या ऐवजी दुसऱ्या कोणाला तरी पाठवलं होतं.
Yeah, we'll see how Dust 2.
असं माझं
Magic's
वाटते.
is in a position that could have high traffic, but that's going to depend on the calls and the spawns that are offered up to phase. Right now, they wanted to head out long. They have Carrigan's Mac 10 to do so. Be a 3-man A start from Spirit. Flashes at the ready as the corner smoke drops. As the deep one's going to obscure the vision. And they're coming out.
They're coming. This time, Chopper was not.
Nice Carrigan.
The long corner smoke isolates Chopper, and Carrigan closes it down. Takes that space.
Oh, Shiro कडॉप आली. अब तेरा क्या होगा? Hauntics.
Just that knee-jerk reaction, spotting something and works with
मारला
it. Finds Robs in the smoke.
Drops F.
The way back is through this fight into the AK-47.
स्क्रीन तुझी हे गेली का ईमेल स्ट्रीम अटकत ते मधीच काहीतरी येते बघ ब्लॉक येते ना तुला पण हां पहिल्या दिवसापासून होते त्यांची हे नाही क्वालिटी तेवढी चांगली नाही चायना ना शेवटी
If Spirit wanted to go for an info play to take this control back, they won't get the
Made in
answers they're
China.
looking for. But they do have this ADP
चले तो
to deal
चांद
with.
तक
Ray needs
वही तो
to
शाम
get a timing against
नहीं
Shiro,
तो
and
शाम
maybe
तक
that's just about to manifest.
Yeah, he just looked away for a second, comes back to his post.
Shiro देख
Every time he averts his gaze, they start to advance, and now posted for it, misses his tap. His chance, Shiro does as well.
Frozen ची गन दिसली
Starting to accelerate now. Rotations on the way from the CT. Shiro has done his job. Magic's now tucks into Gandalf to do his.
Bomb will go down, that's a certainty.
How will they structure the retake? Rain up for Car in this post plant. Brokey playing around that smoke, trying to make it a 2v2, but it's actually Rain that manages to connect. Removes Donk. Magic's next victim. They are both low. Shiro's USP could be potent. Got time to work with. No kit yet. Opts for the MP9 instead, in lieu of a better weapon. It can work.
Nice.
गांडच मारले ब्रोकली ने
सेव करला पाहिजे
Is a big round for FaZe to
ऑफ
be able
होती
to
ना
convert 2v3 situation after Frozen goes down to Shiro's AWP, but they're on the board 2-1. And a timeout, and we've seen Hallie. He is no stranger to taking these. He's not shying away from being able to voice his concerns, voice his thoughts within this grand final. He's
त्याच
taken an
बोलते हो
early
मी पुड्या घेऊन असे असतात हातात मळत तंबाखूच्या पुड्या चहाईला
गायछाप
गायछाप गायछाप Last shot बघितलास
क्लास
Knew that was only option for Shiro trying to close that
एक
gap.
ही अंडर एस्टिमेट नाही केली पाहिजे
Right now,
रे
FaZe can win out the financial warfare. Just have to get past a couple of MP9s and M4s. There's U2 in the mix, going to start with another 3-2 split, but they're going to play Donk through Cat.
Frozen's out. That long corner smoke. No answer to Spirit. Here comes Donk though on the catwalk. Walking tall.
यार इझी वाटते रे त्याला भेंडी सगळं
Moves them both. Calculated aggression.
कडक
Effortless brilliance.
You run the same play as the previous. You're expecting more respect.
तो बघ बी क्लिअर कॉल आला चॉपर कडून
There's no way forward, no way back. That feels awfully small for FaZe, and with so much time on the clock on this smoke that's being lobbed out by Rain now for
ते
the cross, it feels like
एकालाच
that'll have to be
शोधतात
part
बघ
of the
कारण
finish.
दोन लॉंग आहेत त्यांचा कॉल
Hero has locked the door. Finds an
हाँ
upgrade.
टॉप
That
मिड
flank
क्लियर
will be potent.
मे बी टी
setup
स्पॉन या फिर लॉंग
even needs the
असा
help.
कॉल आहे त्यांचा
MP9 lethal at this range. Nate does not expose
नाही नाही
Rain,
लॉंग
but
लॉंग
look at the damage.
पुश केला जाईल
With just a scrap of health. A
Nice.
three-tip freeze can bring him down.
1v3.
Still puts Donk in the dirt. And only Frozen.
Only
No
Frozen.
bullets and no hope.
there is no
Spirit off the
hope
back of the timeout convert.
All right, well, 9 and 2 for Donk. Multiple kills on the pistol round, multiple kills in this round. And those are both very, very impactful in the flow of this
Legal
first
play
half
आता.
final map. So the finances now are in the bin. I said FaZe
अरे
could have won
त्यांचे
that
ते
out.
एक असून सुद्धा हारले होते
This is the type of round you have to be converting. Round of 5v3 with the huge advantage, so much time you know exactly where they are or have a very good idea.
देखते बघ कसलं म्हणते एवढूच हाय गाडीतून जोर काढताय तो
शाडवर शाडवर आहे ना
Sensational start from Donk on this third and deciding map.
And Rops yet to find a frag. He woke up on Ancient. He was a force to be reckoned with, the driving factor. And Frozen joined him too.
पळाला तो कॅरी अरे बापरे बापरे ही 1v2 1v2 एंटी एंटी नाइस इको नाइस पण कॅरी करनी काय केलं ते बोचा टाकून पळाला तो
For FaZe, I'm sure this is flying by. You're into round 6. Some of you feeling like you haven't even got going.
Game's not out of control just yet. Team Spirit don't have a
तो
whole
म्हणाला
lot
मी
of
डायरेक्ट बी
cash, so
घुसतो
this is still well
सिटी
into
वाल्याला
the
बेट
round,
करतो
back and forth.
तुम्ही माझा ट्रेड घ्या
FaZe can force Spirit into more of these awkward buys that they seem to be more than capable of coming out on top of. Just reflect on Nuke and their T side.
यार स्मोक्स भाई लेजेंडरी हो तरी कितीही तू हे कर सिटी ना टी साइडचा टी स्टील ना ऑफचा ऍडव्हांटेज आहे तो स्मोक पाहिजेच डिसएडवांटेजेस सॉरी वो स्मोक चाहिए
Forward. Now you want to push Chopper back off of shore. He announces his presence with that HE. It's going to be mid smoke to be. Oh no, it's a flash. I want to fight through.
प्री मिड 2B आणि एक पिटलाय 2B2 आहे
Smoke here from Rain.
शॉर्ट नी होऊन जाईल शॉर्ट शॉर्ट
One as well to set up the crisscross.
शॉर्ट
Draws a lot
नो
of
नो
attention, a lot of eyes, a
नो
lot of
मिड टू बी गाइस मिड टू बी नहीं होगा क्योंकि वो डाउन है इधर
No trade available as he dips back for a fresh mag. Shiro finding Robs and one by one.
नाइस रे नाइस जसं सांगते तसं खेळले असते भाई शॉट गेले असते याला बरोबर जिंकले असते मॅजिक रॉंग होता
Chopper going to be trying to spot, get this information safely.
ओ चॉपर मॉली त्याला माहिती आता ते वरून येतील
bolstered by the plant.
They plant.
Is there anything more for them here? There should be nothing.
Nice magics.
Oh, good shot from Brokey. Can surely be overrun.
Nice. Still it though. Sapphire.
For Spirit on their CT side. And that's the
Emerald.
opening duel.
Better ground करना है, better ground
Aggressive
अपना.
aggression is just paying dividends right now for Team Spirit. This lead
हड़बड़ी करायची
extended.
नसते रे.
Now a buffer of cash build, just as I was saying. Hey, it still can be a little bit wonky, a little bit worrisome while they keep 4 players alive. First tactical timeout.
पिऊ दे
Moving
माल पिऊ दे. थांब.
previous major winner a decade ago with Virtus Pro. Now donning the coaching hat. He even wore the FaZe jersey as a player at one point in time.
जिंकला तरी शिरो रडल, हारला तरी शिरो रडल.
Well, now he needs to add to the cabinet in that regard.
बघ ना तू.
It's great as a player, but not
शिरो
everybody is
रडल
cut
भाई.
out for the coaching realm. And the greatest 1.6 players of all time, if not the greatest, it depends on who you talk to in that debate. Let's see if he has something masterful for this partial phase buy. Knowing the lost bonus will be maxed out
आणि सेम हारला तरी सेम रडणार, जिंकला तरी सेम रडणार.
Facilitate the buy. Brokey making sure that the AWP will not be an issue.
Yeah, I've heard it from FaZe Clan themselves that Neo loves to call these partials. Likes to have a gimmick, come up with something. Top short, smoke doors.
Spirit will have had that 30 seconds as well, and how they can chip in and help them understand what the finances
शॉर्ट्सला जायला पाहिजे त्यांना. त्यांनी एकदा पण पुश नाही केलं तिकडे.
प्रत्येक राऊंडला नसतं रे, पण जायला पाहिजे होतं गेल्या राऊंडला. येडे होते.
गेल्या राऊंडलाच जायला पाहिजे होतं त्या लोकांना.
कारण एला एकच होता डिफेंडर, बाकी सगळा लॉंगला होता. आणि तुमचा लॉंग प्रेझेन्स नव्हता, काहीच गरज नव्हती लॉंगचं. आता नाही होऊ शकत हा शॉट. फुल एक्सपेक्टेड आहेत भाई. तू 5 जण आलेत, कुठेच युटिलिटी टाकले नाही. जी भाई, ऐसा नहीं करते रे कैरिगन भाई. राउंड है.
अरे घुसायचं होतं तर आधी लॉंगला एक प्लेअर पाहिजे होता रे यांचा. एक प्लेअर लॉंगला आवाज करायला पाहिजे होता.
हे जर इको असता ना तर बरोबर होतं, पण इको नव्हता ना त्यांचा. Major CS2.
2 for Carrigan, 0 for Ops. Right now, nobody is activated. Nobody is putting up enough of a fight. This has to change right here, right now, or this could be a quick third map of play.
Carrigan play ball de agala.
Fast mid control from Carrigan. Brave behind his boosted AWP. Straight down mid, applying pressure immediately with the mid to B side.
Guardian बनाओ त्याच्याकडे.
Forces the rotation, the conversation for Spirit of what's possible early. Now block onto themselves and even wasted a sentry there.
6-1 हो भाई, आता 6-6 झालं तरी काय फरक नाही पडत.
The flash has to be perfect or the swing needs to be wide.
अब रेन मेला.
Jiro respects and exchanges.
त्याला पळवतील बघ.
Can of flame. Small map control victory.
CTचा एक टीचा स्मोक. नाइस.
Actually have Donk anchoring long. Traditionally
क्लियर केला हो त्याने. आता परत तिथच एकदा हे देईल, स्पॅम देईल.
heaviest hitter to lock this down.
परत तिथच स्पॅम देईल तो.
Committed position. Miles away from the action. 40 seconds phase.
डॅगर बघ कसला होता भाई तो.
Their voice in map 3.
आता बघ मिड टू बी करतील.
Eyes are on Chopper and Zontix to defend their bomb site. Spam from Magic's trying to lend a hand. It's just the two of them up against FaZe Clan. Crunching in. Zontix does deliver. Remove Frozen. Chopper down to one. Robs brings him out. We will see the plant come through. A retake available. Shiro and Orb. One single flashbang thrown out by Donk. They're not going for it. Or at least they're not going from the main avenue of approach. They're not going through doors.
हे करतात ते, काय म्हणतात ते.
6-2
पण त्याला सेव्ह नाही करून देणार ते. पैसा नाही ना त्यांच्याकडे. 300-400 रुपये जिंकले तरी 3000 रुपये होतील. फुल बाय नाही येणार. नाइस डॉंग. हा मारला तर भाई डॉंग भाई. सवली
मारला रे या आईला. नाही होणार. होईल होईल होईल.
किट आहे त्यांच्याकडे.
होईल होईल. भाई काय शॉट दिला बे. पण तो ऑफ मधून तो प्लेअर वाचला कसं काय.
काय मारला रे डॉंग.
ऑफ शॉट मध्ये कसा काय वाचला अस्मित तो.
कुठला
ऑफ शॉट मध्ये
बसला त्याला.
हा ऑफ शॉट बसला.
वॉल बसला असेल. वॉल थ्रू बसला असेल.
A thing of beauty, defying what we know and love about Counter-Strike.
का नाही रेकणार भेंडी तो एवढा कडक खेळतोय तर.
हा ब्रेड आणले पप्पा मगाशी. चालेल.
पिसल्ले पण आता हे होतील बघ. पॅनिक होतील बघ. हे वाले आपले फेज वाले पॅनिक झाले. रोप सोडून बाकी सगळे पॅनिक होतात. रॉप्स मला राऊंड आला हा. शिरो एक की काय. ऑफकड 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 ऑफकड. काय नेड. तू बघ त्यांनी कॉल दिला बघ. आली 3 4 4.
Wide open B bomb site. Chopper's flank, however, is starting to arrive. It may be a little too late. Frozen may have even spotted him on the jiggle. Has done now.
No.
Resistance found.
Eco. Save spirit. 7-2.
It has to be, yes, a 3v5B retake. That feels like an impossibility unless something given over. Just taking a moment to look at the fact that Donk has started long in quite a few of these rounds. That's something that could be throwing FaZe for a bit of a loop. He's traditionally one of the B defenders alongside Zontix. Hold up, they're still going in. They have smokes. They have smokes and mollies.
Kita.
They start thinking it's theirs.
They're going for this late.
They think it's guaranteed.
Nah, आता बघ.
Surely shifts the dialogue again. Magic's trying to do some damage on the way out. Does find the head of Brokey.
Nice try.
Try and save at the back of the site.
मरल वाटतं काय ना ते 1 HP. नाही मरल. इथे राहिलास ना तर तू 100 HP असलास तरच जिवंत राहतो. ते पण साईडच्या त्या साईडला जर बॉम्ब पडला असता आता फुकून.
Grab a third. Force Spirit into more saves. Try and ice them out. But Donk being more over towards long, I'm curious if Karrigan is going to try and change the game plan midway through the map. That's something that's, right, you're coming into these games and sure, you love it when people throw in a bit of a different flavor. You be able to really trip them up, especially at the high level when teams are playing
50-50 8 वोट आलेत.
Donk
4
again starting towards A.
50-50 झालाय भाई. टाय झाला. 10 लाइक्स.
But even if he starts long, he can show up tons and win out the clutch. In that late B retake, doesn't matter where he starts, if he can finish that strongly.
But no word of a lie, I'm taking a look right now. They're up short. They should be able to get this space.
Donk hearing these footsteps trudging towards short side, blocked by the smoke. FaZe Clan have intentions elsewhere, though you can see indicated by the bomb. It's just to keep Spirit guessing. Chopper hearing all of this.
Feels like B is going to be the weakness to hit if Chopper has moved over towards that side of the map and it's a constant alongside of Zontix.
You have to win this duel against Chopper cleanly. His frags could buy time for a rotation. That flash looks good. Chopper. Oh, not blind! Not blind! Rain goes down! Commits to the spray and necessary trade. Frozen breaks through. Zontix around the smoke, though.
Zontix, 2K.
He's coming through. They're not ready. They're not ready whatsoever. Karrigan jumps up on Xbox, loses.
They're going to assume it's through short because it's so quiet. Zontix doesn't have B info.
It's wide open.
He does now.
Pac-Man.
No idea. They have no idea where the finish is coming from.
Frozen has to live. He can't go down without a kill.
Into the tunnels and Magix hits it.
They're rotating A.
Into him. Into Magix. He will be punishing.
Magix 3K.
Magix ने काढला बे राहुल. What the fuck?
He's moved over towards the A site. He's not playing B anymore. They killed Chopper. He's traditionally the rotator. Zontix left the site. They think they surely must. Donk, he must be over towards B.
It's so smart.
So they try and rotate over. This has really thrown FaZe through a bit of a loop.
They're just not ready for Donk to be on A.
Look, we've been saying it, or I've been saying it tournament long. I think he's better suited to that position because of the way that he can use his rifle. I think he's chained on that B site, and right now, Spirit are using him over towards that A site. So, Neo, are you taking the time out? Are you addressing that? But it doesn't have to stay that way. There's only 2 rounds left in this half. It's too late to worry about addressing it.
9-3 or 8-4, क्या लगता है?
You need to just follow through with your conviction. Because if you're looking to try and outsmart them, outmaneuver them based off of what you looked at in the prep, it's wrong.
And it's resulted in a mammoth lead on this CT side. Galils for the FaZe Clan boys to try and muster up a T side they can work with.
And now he's back over to B.
Keeping them guessing, keeping them on their toes, thinking they've solved the riddle off the back of an enemy timeout. They position Donk back on the B site. So dynamic, our team Spirit here.
They get this short space immediately. We might see them just explode with an execute, even through block utility. Only been able to establish 2 players, so that feels like an likely nature, unless a couple more are able to greet them. FaZe, this is a miserable half. 4 is the bare minimum they can get, and they have to fight hard just to get that.
Groundhog Day for Rain. He arrives on short, throws out his smoke, is blocked immediately. Rosen shows along doors presence.
फसले परत
Attention drawn, Magic
ए जायला पाहिजे होतं ए
ensuring no pushes.
नाही काढतील हा राऊंड बघ 8-3
फसले
call his troops into a
फर्स्ट पिक कोणाचा नाही ते त्याच्यावर डिपेंड आहे
नाही हा फेजचा राऊंड आहे
God flash lined up by
मधीच कुठं चुकी झाली एमनी किंवा कुठंतरी पकडला तर नाहीतर फेजचा राऊंड आहे
They call upon Shiro. He's found Chopper, jumping straight down to CT. Magic's forced wide by the flame, still takes 1. Donk maintains CT control, Rain is there. And Donk has a great idea as to where he is. Another smoke deployed, Rain trying to mantle up. Donk is on hot pursuit. He's going to know exactly where you are. He is behind.
आयला हे झालं रे
Advantage for FaZe. Rain lives on. Repositions, but only for a moment. Donk hits it. Frozen does as well. Oh, and Brokey. Enough to seal the deal, surely. It's Sontic's turn to pull off a 1 versus 3. Frozen noted on long side. And what's he doing? Swing through, the trade is there.
क्या बोला मैंने ये फेज का राउंड है भाई
Brave to actually go straight for the fight there.
पहिला पिक नसताना उड खाली मारून त्यांनी जो मारला तो पडला
कडकच गेला तो स्मोक थ्रूच गेला डायरेक्ट उडा खाली
डायरेक्ट उडीच मारली त्यांनी खाली
And even that conversion is down to a 1 versus 1. Tooth and nail, they fight for their 3rd.
Well, the discussion's been about FaZe wanted to do it the hardest way possible. Vitality into G2, now Spirit. So to map down your
हा ना फेज नी काय काय काढलंय ना वायटॅलिटी काढला वेंडी G2 ला पण काढला
turned up right now. That can't be said. These rounds are having to be scrapped for. Very few multi kills to report or any of impact. FaZe desperately need this 4th round to keep the hopes and dreams alive for FaZe Clan. This donk is happening again.
मी आता डॉंगचा क्रॉसर कॉपी करणार आहे भाई
Pot shot on the cross. Doesn't connect. Fighting through the long smoke this time. Carrigan's going to get greeted with a lot more than he was ready for, but still somehow prevails. 2 MP9s unload their mags at him. Six takes up upper B control. Valuable asset for the team Spirit information.
कॅरिगनने अजून एक जर मॅजिकची किल काढली ना आता तर मग परत हा पण राऊंड येऊ शकतो
नाही हा झाला बी झाला बघ मिड टू बी होईल बघ झाला तर मिड टू बी नाहीतर मग नाही होणार मग मिड टू बी केला तर होईल
They need to hit some big shots. Upper tunnel's now blocked. Donk aware that multiple fronts of fights are on his table.
Donk shot. Map संपला.
Oh! That's a headshot. AK brings down Shiro.
Just an MP9 in the side.
Magic's do
आई शॉप संपला ए क्लियर.
They piece this together beautifully. Zontix, long way round, gets to Carrigan.
लेट झालं रे पण त्याला.
Donkin robs, juking it out around the smoke. Someone does prevail, but at what cost? 9 HP.
हा ना 9 HP काय करेल तो एक बॉम्ब आला काय मेला.
Nothing's impossible when Donk's in the server, but this one, it's most definitely improbable. Roki's all ready for the smoke push from Zontix.
आई शपथ.
Frozen does not. It's for a recovery of sorts.
दोघांना पण घेतले त्यांनी एका स्प्रे मध्ये.
Just to give FaZe Clan something.
Really tough half for them, and you have to feel that 3v3 on that B bomb site. They should have converted, but just Donk coming in late and hitting every necessary shot. At that point, things started to feel quite hollow, but it is recovered, it's salvaged, but is it enough? First pistol round of this one went in favor of Spirit. FaZe need to do the same. A minute to sit, to ponder, to have the conscious message hit your ears. To take a look around, to realize where you are, the 21st major, the first in China, and history to be made on either side of the server. Question marks after the start of the year.
ती बघ याची तर पण एक विमलच्या दोन पुढ्या.
Is he going to be able to do that again? Is he going to be able to keep that up? Well, he's been a force all year long and saved again one of his best performances until these final throws, these final moments, and he's delivering
दाखवते याच्यावर जो पोल येतात ना वोट.
4 फेज आणि 4 हे डॉंक आहे.
Nobody stepping up and individually
भाई
putting on a show.
1200 झाला 1300.
side we'll see Carrigan anchoring long. Rain is the rotating rifler. Brokey with the AWP. And the B setup of Frozen.
अरे हा मी लावते ते. आता नाही ना लावता येणार मला.
काय?
ते रे हे असतो प्रेडिक्शन पॉइंट्स डबल टिबल होतात मग प्रेडिक्शन बरोबर आलं का.
110 पॉइंट्स लावलेत प्रेडिक्शनला.
Multiple fights as he swings, trying to bait these shots, trying to confirm the presence of Frozen. Rain readies his aim.
माझे टोटल काहीतरी 10k आहेत.
काय शॉट दिला बे.
आता तर ड्युएल बारट आलाय.
Berettas fall into his hands.
If Robs goes back a plat and they B-execute, Magix has a molly for exactly this.
Oh, it's perfectly designed. They've got everything they need.
She deserves the major. काय रे Mactavils?
When the pixel shows, Robs has to hit the shots.
Yalla.
He can't allow him to throw that from cover. He's going to be in so much trouble.
It has to be perfect. His crosshair placement has to be 100% perfect for this first click. Util confirms his
Util आली हो दिसली. एक तरी मारला ओके ओके. नाइस रे नाइस रेन ओके ना.
Rotation miles away, but on their way, Brokey and Carrigan.
बाय ब्लाइंड होता ना तो.
He's going quick straight through the window. Brokey trying to deny.
Okay, nice.
And so Carrigan demanded to clutch. His legacy demands a clutch. Can't hit the first. Zontix defending, but forces Chopper off the bomb. Carrigan's position noted.
उतराला पावतो रे हा.
Youth versus experience. An impossible clutch now. Chopper's position's just too much to handle. He'd have to miss every shot, and Zontix doesn't.
TNT.
A triple kill from Zontix. It's Donk that starts. Zontix that dunks.
दिसतंय हो मेजर ट्रॉफी दिसतंय समोर.
It's insane. I know in that situation he just gets that one kill in towards lower, but
फेजला पण दिसले पाहिजे रे. गायब होता ना.
गायब होता ना.
Robs gets one, but he's always going down.
सेकंड टाइम
could have really activated there.
हाथ आया लेकिन मुंह ना लगाया.
Then as you mentioned for Carrigan, that's such a tough retake.
नहीं वाला.
And now 10.
CS2 ट्रॉफी का.
Just a couple of HEs thrown into long to deal with an early inquisition.
ए हा काय कॅमेरा दाखवतो किती असेल.
But it's just the pistols.
Carrigan and Frozen stretching their legs.
नाही कास्टर्स म्हणजे जे हे आहेत ना.
मॉली दिसली पडलीच नाही नीट.
Crunching up towards the palm.
हे बरोबर नाहीत. हे असं वाटते लोकल टूर्नामेंट बघतोय हो. समजलं. जे ओरिजिनल असतं ना कास्टिंग म्हणजे जे कॅमेरामॅन ते नाही आहेत. हे काय आपले इंडिया मध्ये पण सेमच हे होतं. सेम प्रोडक्शन होतं. उलट चांगल्या क्वालिटी मध्ये होतं.
Going to be bouncing around in their head every time they touch tab. 3 rounds.
शेंघाय मेजरला थोडंसं डिसअपॉइंट केलं होतं एक्सपिरियन्स बघण्याचा CS2 कॅमेरामॅन
FaZe were able to start battling back in, but every time they broke them or felt like they had them right where they wanted them, they lost the follow-up. They couldn't get those consecutive rounds. This,
काय
they don't have that same
saturation
luxury.
वाढवलं की काय अचानक मध्येच.
This is the decider. This is not the start of the series. This has to be converted right here, right now. The loss bonus is just the start of the game. 2,900 into the next. This is going to get away from them so quickly. FaZe are down in the dumps. They need one of those classic FaZe moments. Everybody doubted them coming into this. Their form. It was not what everybody expected with
पण
the
काय
name.
मारतो रे लॉंग त्याला फायदेच मेजर जिंकणं काय रे बरोबर रे.
But have they lost another final back to back?
फेज वाले गप्पर आले.
He could just walk out and take a duel onto A. It's Brokey having to 10 with this with the rifle. This is not a fun fight. He's playing for information more than a duel.
How comfortable can he be on a major grand final stage? And he's playing his game his way. Changing the way this game is played.
मी करू आता. करू डोळे बंद कर मला पुढे पहिले. नीट डोळे बंद कर. नीट. काय कुठला आता? पर तुमने चॉकलेट भूल गए तुम.
यार रोप्स आप लड़कर इतनी मैच में आपने एंट्री फेंकिंग की और ये मैच में आप लड़कर का रोल क्यों भाई क्यों फिर वापस लड़कर पे क्यों आ गए.
देखा तुमने चोर
to get them into the playoffs, to get them into the grand final.
This is like nothing we've ever seen. A performance like this against a team that have slayed so many demons on this playoff path.
Whoa. Magic so man of the match. Yeah, yacha.
And yeah, this Dragon now stands on the precipice of legacy.
Third and final timeout called. Last moment for FaZe. The money, I don't feel it's there to justify the loss. Your option is hand over the 12 and have to go on an 8-round run just to force overtime. Team Spirit have FaZe right where they want them.
Second trophy of the year, na? Spirit la ho.
Second major ever for Donk and Zontix. And they are just 2 rounds away from lifting that coveted trophy.
On their second time of asking. Just some armored pistols stand in their way of a 12.
Started Robs over towards A, so he can be a little bit more active. Doesn't have to worry about bunkering down towards that B site. But the call from Spirit will dictate whether or not he gets to play. Send him out to search long, trying to deal with that anchor player, but nobody's home, nobody's
Bara re, bara.
Chopper's a little bit pacier here. They might find themselves chasing ghosts. Magic tending to this now.
Magic's la head dila to Magic's marlo. Body वर होते थे.
Where do they draw the line? On that long aggress, Rain parks close to the doors. Donk throws out the nade, destined for Brokey. Safe from it on the ramp side. Utility pressure applied. That Rop's rifle. Their best and only hope.
The only hope. Ropes.
Intermittently spotting on that cross. Brokey to be the beacon of information. Vanguard smokes. Headshot.
एक भेटला, दोन भेटला कडक.
Delivers. Gives FaZe something to work with. Still absolutely not a certainty. What's the pivot?
Into B, away from the rifle.
Yeah, and into the 5-7 of Carrigan. He has to find something here. There's a little bit of aggression. The flashbang's good. Spotted that one. Now from behind, Rain finds time and does convert. Shiro's gone. Swinging into Zontix. FaZe just need to remove Magic, so the legs have been broken. He hears it. Scavenging away what rifles they can. As FaZe live
काय राउंड काढला मस्त. 11-4 कर्स.
And Rain secures it.
11-4 कर्स बोलते.
Still smiles on the faces. They like the way that one felt. Rops in the position to deliver, and he does. Just as we were discussing, The lack of ability in this map to be able to impose his will. Plays over towards A
Hello,
with
Doctor
that
Baza
saved rifle,
Gupta.
gets 2 key kills and sets it spiraling for Spirit. But again, what else do they have to offer? What else do they have to deliver? This just feels dire at this point. It's such a long way back. The amount of rounds
दत्ताची आरती पाठ होती पहिली मला रोकी हागला डॉंकला मारलाच नाही बोलल्यावर संपलंस
अरे दादा 20 नोटा कोण ठेवते मी डायरेक्ट 500 क्या नोटा ठेवतो 500 काय लगेच
सुपर चॅटचं 500चं कधी आलं नाही काय रे मॅक्टेविश
काय
500चं सुपर चॅट का आलं नाही पण आम्हाला
500 सुपर चॅट देऊ
500 ठेवतोस ना तू
अकाउंट मध्ये नाही रे नोटा बोललो अकाउंट मध्ये 200 रुपये आहेत
Replenishment of the cross smoke and playing retake again our phase. This is going to get tough.
काय वाटतंय इवी लवकर बोल नाही संपलं ब्रोकी खापला संपलं चल 12-5
You've got to save. That's 12 right there. Team Spirit 2 kills into the A site, both from Magic. That secures the 12th round. You know you have faith.
चॅट मध्ये निको स्पॅम चाललाय
निको काय बोलतो कुठल्या चॅट मध्ये
team to announce your presence into tier 1 to show that you're the real deal, a true threat.
माझी चॅट कुठे आहे
The best player in Counter-Strike on your team. And right now you just need 5 more kills. And you will be the champions here in Shanghai. This has been a month-long venture.
तिन्ही मॅच मध्ये कडक खेळला पहिल्या नूक मध्ये पण गाड मारली
in Shanghai. And the playoffs, the grand final, it lays in front of them everything they dreamed for.
Carrigan fails one more time
This
in
whole
grand
year
final.
long can be converted right here, right now.
गेली याला पण तेच होते हो फायनलिस्ट नावी सोबत काय बेकार नाही पण मारलं तुम्ही एकदा मेजर बस झालं
आता काली तुम्हाला लागतं बे एकदा पण पेज न जिंकणार आज याच्या पुढच्या पासून
हा निकोला मारला ना साल्यांनो
काय लागलं तर 3-4 लाख एक्स्ट्रा घेतले असते मॅक्स प्रो केली असते पण नाही
त्यांना निकोचं अश्रू काढायचं होतं
With head in hand as the confetti falls for Carrigan and Co.
अरे कडक
एक जण टाकते डॉंक मेजर बिफोर निको
हो रे डॉंक मेजर
spearhead of this assault.
श्राउड कसा मेजर नाही मारलाय मेजर मारणं कसं एक स्टँडर्ड पडतो रे अचीवमेंट
क्रीमने कुठे तरी मेजर मारलाय
हा तेच हो चांगले प्लेयर नाही हो मेजर मारू शकत जास्त मारलेत म्हणजे मारू शकत नाही काय त्यांचं लकच घाण असतं काय माहिती नाही रे स्टील अलाइव रेक लेट्स गो
रडा तुम्ही नाही जिंकणार रडा
अरे मगाशी लेट्स गो फेज कॅन होता आता गप हो सगळी गप राहिली होता आता हॅलो स्पिरिट भाई खतरनाक आहे चायनाची भरोसेवन माणसं नाहीत
चायनाचे भरोसेवन कधी आहेत कधी लुल्ली सोडून जाते चालणार नाही भेंडी
इविलला सतर्क राहायला लागेल
चायनावाला तर तू आहेस ना उड्या
म्हणून तुला सतर्क राहायला सांगते तो काय
But now you need 6 consecutive rounds, 7, just to survive, just to see overtime.
And this was the problem that happened on Nuke, unable to convert where you had Spirit in a position to break them financially. Again, they're there. You retain the double orbs. And Orgon Carrigan, he's starting to show some worrying signs with the aim.
Luck again, does Robs on the start. Magix wants to go for a late long pass.
मॅजिक्सला उचल बोलू डॉंग जिंकल्यावर काय रे बघू उचलता येते काय
The builds around as well. Removing Donk onto just one, keeps him humble. Robs, aggressive AWPing. Catches Shiro on the cross back.
कॉन्टेक्स्ट तुझ्यावर आहे सगळं
Tontic steps in to try and isolate a duel here onto Frozen, gets spotted out, chipped away at. Advances. Knows it hinges on him. A jump spot confirms Frozen's presence. Ahead to head. Frozen cuts to win.
हे पॅनिक होतो असं माणूस काय नाही रे पण हा राऊंड याचाच आहे स्पेसचा आहे असू दे किती राऊंड घेतील मनीष भाई मॅचची कॉमेडी कडक असते रे
बाय
नल्ला आहे रे तो मॅक क्या लगता है कौन जीतने वाला है स्पिरिट या फिर फेज कमबैक होगा फेज का
I see there from Frozen as well over towards B.
$8,000 की है ये स्किन
वाह लाल कलर का डैगर है वो कसले वाटते
हां टायमिंग भारी आहे लँडिंग ची
ते ब्लू कलरचा डॅगर भारी आहे अस्मित त्याच्याकडे रे काय ब्लू कलरचा आहे तो याच्याकडे काय नाव त्याचं
सॅफायर जांभळा कलरचा आहे तो ब्लू नाही
no expectation of an AWP to be pushed up mid and around like that. But you can see they have been able to pick their poison.
Planter आता plant कोणी केला
फेज हारेगी भाई 100%
Zontix त्याचे नाईफ बघा कडक वाटतंय
डॉग काय चाललाय रे आया आया
It has to be Frozen, it has to be Robs. These two have to lock it down, there's no question about it.
टपाटप
दिले will draw the rifler in close. Does it?
लास्ट राउंड Last round.
Outside of the site, so pressure on Robs with the AWP.
Robs वरच आहे सगळा गेम Robs हगला मॅच हारली
Robs must hit some shots here. Just to survive at the major, and it's Frozen that's holding on for the first. Gets the double, Donk's alive, that's a problem. Robs at the back of the smoke, and is spammed.
हाँ ना Robs को बोलो MVP लेकर काम चला है हाँ भाई मैं भी वही चाहता था Robs MVP होना चाहिए लेकिन नहीं होगा शायद क्या पता हो भी सकता है क्योंकि मैजिक्स और डॉम भाई अलग ही लेवल के खेल रहे हैं ये मैच में बेकार
Chopper's invested right now into a Mac 10.
Let's go.
Could have opted for a Galil, would have been lighter on with Util. I'm curious if that's telling of the play that the in-game leader wants to make.
थोड़ा सा स्पाइसी पाहिजे ना मॅच अशी मजा नाही काय वन साइड होते स्पाइसी
वन साइड जिंकता असाच पाहिजे आणि असाच पाहिजे मसाला बिसाला नको बिना मसाल्याचा खाईल मी
बिना मसाल्याचा खाईन काय
हा ना नेक्स्ट मॅच दी एअरपोर्ट निकलो भाई
हाय बे चॉपरची बघ ब्लू कलरची
हां हे स्टिलिटो नाइफ स्टिलिटो
क्लास वाटते भाई
स्टिलिटो डॉपलर सॅफायर फॅक्टरी न्यू
लडी सीजला 5 वाचे काय भाई
यो
अजून मी एक गेलो इविल एक गेला सीजे गेला म्हणजे दोन रँडम मॅच काढा
एक मनीष आहे
तो एक गेला म्हणजे एक रँडम आहे
round could be FaZe Clan's last.
Chopper chop.
Doesn't seem to think it's this one. Neither does Robs. Holds on, holding on. The double orb.
मार
Making a trip.
नाइस रे
Spirit once more.
Robs फॅन हो मी पण काय फेस फॅन नाही ना आज काय रे
situation before against Liquid. Dust 2.
एक मारलाय ना भाई आता गप बसायचं दी एअरपोर्ट फेज
एअरपोर्ट पण नाही तर टॅक्सीने पाठवा घरी
eliminated Liquid and their major hopes and
dreams. सोय करून देतो काय स्वरू
अरे चॅनल शांघाय
but look at what he's hoping to save.
कोल्यांच्या बोटीत बसून पाठवा त्यांना मध्ये
थोडा वास
throughout this series enough to win a round.
This is what
he might not get to hold on to it.
Magics, yay!
The hunt is on. Time.
भाई याला कुठून पण भेटते कुठून पण किल भेटते भाई मॅजिकला
आलो रे चहा घेऊन
हा ये ना अरे एकच राऊंड आहे चहा घेऊन म्हणून आला संपला राऊंड हा
So frequently we have seen this hero
रोप्सने ऑफ काढल्यामुळे वाचली तो ही
and it's absurd how often he actually converts.
You take a look, he doesn't have the best spawn in the world, so they can't just try and send him out long on that first
best
timing.
spawn in the world बोलते
So much responsibility on his shoulders at such a young age, and yet he doesn't seem to buckle.
ब्रोकी फेल झाला पण या मेजरला फक्त गेल्या याला मिराजला चालला तेवढाच फालतू झाला कशाला चालला काय माहिती
Next round they will be buying, so whatever he can
आलो आलो
might just be enough.
Back 10 on Chopper as well. Try and pull the crosshairs away as we've discussed. They mantle up.
शॉट घुसले तिघं पण
Into Brokey's domain here on the AWP hold. No smoke to block, it's just his AWP. Rosen and Carrigan can lend a hand, but Brokey's still going to be tested here. Looks like Chopper wants to strafe towards
OT जाएगा क्या?
Flash is good. Gets down.
OT काय लाईक आहे काय यांची OT जायची
Hit the shots again. Individuals
हे OT जातील ओबा ब्रोकी बस
4 वेळा हाकते एक शॉट लागते 4 बुलेट मध्ये
ओबा
If you want to see another round of play, it's Shiro and Dog partner up. 2 frags away, and the bomb goes down.
डॉंक राहिलाय जिवंत संपला
Donk on the hero rifle. Shiro cowering at the
कोण उकला तो डॉंक वर ब्रोकी उभा होता तो हालत पण नव्हता
controlling it now. Rop's approaching with just the AWP. It's not good. Rain has to do a lot here from short. Time is ticking. Can FaZe Clan fight to see another round? Or will Shiro and Donk ruin their dreams? Rain doesn't seem to think so, but Shiro good. Just has to hit the tap on Rain. Can't hit it. On the cross.
अरे रे जस्ट एक सेकंद नाही झाला जस्ट एक सेकंद पाहिजे होता अजून
This run continues, Chad.
बघायला पण कसलं वाटतंय पण बाय फुल फिलिंग
One man,
Real.
one AK, and the amount that Spirit are able to derive from his presence, his
अजून आता
impact.
तर भाई हा लास्ट राउंड हो
They almost had the major right there and then, and what better way to have got it done?
शिरो
मेला गावात
रोप्स यार रोप्सने ऑफ का घेतली यार
Shiro has to watch as this 4v5 transpires. Magic's actually picks up that, or perhaps they're going to overlook the possibility of a late repeat from
मॅजिक्स ने घेतली ऑफ
You tell me. This shot, Brokey tries a wall bang. Rain, the rock of FaZe.
The rocket phase काय
Of middle. Magic's posted. Hoping for an overextension that Rain is not going to give him.
4v5 दोन ऑफ एक ऑग ओटी जाएगा क्या पता भाई डॉन्क अभी जिंदा है
कशाला पाहिजे तुला काय करायचं मी खेळतोय नाही करत तुला काय करायचं
डॉन्क अभी जिंदा है
तुला काय करायचं सांग मला कुठे यायचं काय करायचं मी करेल काय करायचं
एवढा मारला डॉंकी
नाही
अरे
नाही भाई
डॉन्क अभी जिंदा है कब जाएगा ओटी कोणाला बोलते काय वाटतंय 2 vs 4 डॉन्क वर रे ऑफ आहे सॉन्टिक्स गेला
आला बो
आई सो
ओ भाई काय मॅच आले बे इंचो
रोप्स फ्लाइंग ऑफ ropes saves the face भाई साहब
काय ऑफ दिलाय अस्मित बघितलास का
भाई साहब ropes man ropes
ऑफ बघितलीस का त्याची ऑफ
sexy man ठीक आहे ना तू बघ
तू कसला दिलाय
भाई आईच्या गावात
Time, 1 HP, what is it? 3 frags, 3 HP. Robs has put them within 1 round of recovering this dust too.
रॉफ्सने ऑफ घेतल्यापासून कमबॅक झाला स्वरूप लास्ट राऊंड ओटी जाईल नाहीतर
30 kills for Donk,
चाललो
21 for
यात्रेला
Magics, the two putting in a shift, 51 combined.
बुलावा आया है नीचे से जाना
Players
पड़े
have had to work so hard for the rounds they've been able to convert. They've come
ओ
this
मॅजिक्स
far,
मॅजिक्स लो हो
but
गया
is it all for naught? Is it all for
मॅजिक्स वर
nothing?
गेम होती रे मॅजिक्स लर्किंग करत होता ना जा मगासपासून मी आता काय सांगू नाही शकत काय होऊ शकेल त्या गेमचं
सांगायचं काय काय रे सुरू
अरे यांचा एअरपोर्ट फिक्स आहे भेट
मग काय
शिपयार्ड डायरेक्ट शिपयार्ड
शिपयार्ड भाई झालं संपलं लास्ट राऊंड 11-13
Bomb is planted, time against FaZe Clan, a spirit once again within reach.
डॉंक आहे अजून जिवंत तिघ पण सिटीला आहेत एक तर किल हा झॉन्टिक्स घेईल
Zontix has to pick his moment, find his charge, and he has struck brilliantly onto Rain. It's collapsing around them. Carrigan and Brokey, it comes down.
शिरो
ये जीजी चला टफ फाईट झाली मस्त
हा टफ झाली स्वरूप टफ बोलताय
टफ कसले बाय
हागावली बोल
त्या होडीने जातो त्या होडीला जाऊन होल पाडील बघ मी
मस्त मॅच झाली पण जी जी कॅरियन
बेस कुठली आहे रे कुठल्या
डेन्मार्क.
कंट्रीची आहे डेन्मार्क ना नाना बोलू बेटी प्लेन निघेल तर डायरेक्ट बिल्डिंगला ठोका पेन
डेन्मार्क कंट्री आहे ना हो थांब थांब हा रडल त्याचं बघ शिरो रडल बघ चालतंय बघ भावलं तरी तसं काय काय क्लोज आलते रे पण आता कसं वाटतंय आता कोण रडत नाही वाटतं यांच्यातलं
रडतील काय काढा आडून मानेवर टॅटू एवढे 2-3 तास टॅटू काढायच्या ऐवजी ग्राइंड केला असता तर आज जिंकले असते नल्ले
17 वर्षाचा पोरगा येऊन मारून जातो.
मग केस कापायला सुद्धा टाइम नाही देतो तो हे बघ भेंडी 0 नंबरी ब्लेड फिरवतात डोक्यावर डॉंग बोलतो या बस
डॉंग
तू पण चाल
चल कॅरिगन
तू का जा काय हे लल्लू पल्लू होतो तुम्ही जावा रूम मध्ये जाऊन रडा इथं नका आम्ही ट्रॉफी उचलतो
एक गेला डी एअरपोर्टला ट्रॉफी उचलताना आता ट्रॉफी उचलताना
फेका त्यांच्या अंगावर भेंडी
अरे क्वालिटी काय आहे भाई 1080p हो ही कुठली कॅमेराची क्वालिटी आहे
शिरो बोलते उचलू चल या एका याच्या डोक्यावर मारू त्यांच्या
शिरो जिंकला रे फायनली जिंकला शिरो भाई तो रडतोय बघ पोरगा आणि बाप हे बाप आणि पोरगाच वाटते ना डॉंग कोणासोबत राहिला
one. He was better than Coursera in 2016. This is unbelievable. From this role to leading from the front to get 30 kills in the final map of your rookie season in the major when all of it is on the line. Unreal.
Counter-Strike has never seen anything like this in its 20-plus-year-long history. And I mean, you mentioned some names there, Maui. Even Zaiwu in Paris, who played against plumbers and carpenters, right? He even topped that level of performance. I mean, it's just outstanding. The year started with Spirit lifting a trophy. It started with Donk matching Nico's record in terms of rating at LAN tournaments, even though it was way more difficult for Donk to achieve that. More maps, better teams, bigger arena, and it ends with a signature Donk performance.
It's
right. We're gonna go live and hear from Team Spirit now.
तो वो गेट राइट आया है. गेट राईट कुठून आला मधीच? तू गेला कुठं पण? क्वालिटी नाही रे. आईला रडा लागला व. ब्युटिफुल ब्रो. GG. Spirits win bro. What a match. Draken is crying like child.
Team Spirit! Chopper, 你从2019年就在 Team Spirit 了，你是队内的主心骨。从今年开始，你们的战绩突飞猛进，终于冲到了 Major， 捧起了奖杯。请问现在的你心情感受怎么样的？
Вы в 2019 году уже в Team Spirit. Как таково выиграть этот титул?
Я мечтал выиграть этот турнир. Я очень много лет. Это моя цель, наверное, всей жизни была, чтобы доказать самому себе. И я очень благодарен всей команде, как они тащили, что они делали. Все организации, всем вокруг я невероятно благодарен. Спасибо всем болельщикам, а также спасибо моей жене. Без нее этого бы ничего бы не было. И этот кубок,
चलो स्ट्रीम यहाँ तक ही थी. GG.
Это для тебя.
मजा